Namibia's digital economy. Today's discussions will explore how digital technologies can help businesses innovate, access markets, improve service delivery, and create sustainable employment opportunities. We are pleased to host this engagement in Oshakati, a vibrant center of enterprise and economic activity. For me, who is from the Kavango region, I'm very close to home. So maybe if I do a good job, my bosses are here, they will release me. Yeah, so this morning we are honored by the presence of Honorable Dino Balotti, the Deputy Minister of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sports and Culture, Honorable Johannes Ngololo, Regional Councillor for the Ongwediva constituency, representing the Governor of the Oshana region, Honorable Hofni Ipinge. His Worship, Mr. Leonard Hango, Mayor of Oshakati, Mr. Timotheus Namwandi, Chief Executive Officer of Oshakati Town Council, Commissioner Andreas Shilelo, Regional Commander of the Namibian Police Force, Oshana Region, our guest speakers, Madam Emilia Ngikembwa, CRAN Chief Executive Officer, CRAN Executive Management and Staff, entrepreneurs, innovators, members of the media. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome. To set the tone for today's important engagement, it is my honor to invite a leader whose work continues to position CRAN not only as a regulator, but as an enabler of a secure, inclusive, innovative digital future. Under CRAN's leadership, the focus is clear. Connectivity must lead to meaningful participation in the digital economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Chief Executive Officer of the Communications Regulatory Authority of Namibia, Mrs. Emilia Ngikembwa, to deliver welcoming remarks.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies, and good morning to all the esteemed invited guests. I would like to stand on the protocol that has already been established, but to also just recognize the representative of the Honorable Governor, Mr. Johannes Ngololo, as well as our Deputy Minister of MASAC, Honorable Dino Balotti. It is my pleasure to welcome you to CRAN's second Digital Transformation and Entrepreneurship Breakfast, convened under the theme, Unlocking Opportunities for Namibia's Digital Economy. This theme is not about technology, it is about it is about how people, enterprise, and opportunities can be unlocked when digital tools are placed in the hands of those who support businesses and serve communities. We meet here in Oshakati on the margins of the Ongwediva Trade Fair in a setting that brings the message of this breakfast to life. Oshakati gives us a strong northern economic center, and the trade fair brings together enterprise, trade, and innovation. Together, they remind us that the digital economy must not remain an abstract concept. It must be felt by entrepreneurs, small businesses, and communities here across the northern regions of Namibia, but also throughout the entire Namibia. The question before us is therefore clear. How do we move from connectivity to opportunity? How do we ensure that digital transformation helps a farmer reach a new market, a startup find a customer, or a small business operate more efficiently? These are the practical questions that make today's conversation important. Ladies and gentlemen, our purpose, however, goes beyond this event and beyond the trade fair. We are here to connect policy with marketplace realities by equipping our entrepreneurs with practical tools through thought leadership insights and to engage them on how to navigate the digital economy. We are here to encourage smart partnerships that must continue long after today. Digital transformation must be practical enough to support the farmer, the young innovator, and businesses seeking to scale. Ladies and gentlemen, for that reason, today's program is deliberately practical. We will hear from Mobile Telecommunications Limited, which is MTC, on its digital transformation journey from a traditional telecommunications company to a digital platform enabler, including the key enablers of that success. The discussion will also show how digital platforms can create opportunities for entrepreneurs and small businesses, supported by practical business cases on improving efficiency, expanding market reach, and strengthening customer engagement. In this way, we will not only reflect on what is changing, but also on the future opportunities entrepreneurs should be positioning themselves to seize. We are also pleased to have the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, whose perspective will help connect this conversation to startups, investment readiness, and the growth of Namibian businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, equally important, today's entrepreneur voices will help us look ahead to what Namibia's digital economy can become when technology is applied to real business and real sectors. We look forward to hearing from Kambwa Trading and Kambwa Construction on how construction and trading businesses can use digital tools to strengthen procurement, stock management, client communication, and market visibility. We also look forward to hearing from Tuno Foods on how local sourcing, quality packaging, standards, and online visibility can position Namibian products for wider markets and retail opportunities. We also look forward to the contribution from Women in Agriculture, Namibia, on how digital platforms can connect women and youth in agriculture to buyers, training, finance, weather information, and new income opportunities. From Ala Audiovisual and Events, we look forward to seeing how the creative economy can grow through sound, lighting, live streaming, digital ticketing, and audience engagements. At this point, we would like to sincerely thank all our esteemed entrepreneurs for lending their voices to today's program and for allowing us to shine a light on the important work that they are doing. We are excited about the visibility that their participation will bring to Namibian enterprise and about the powerful message their journeys will demonstrate, which is when determination, innovation, digital tools come together, all things are possible. Together, these contributions will remind us that the digital economy is not a distant future. It is being built through practical tools, disciplined execution, trusted service, and entrepreneurs who are ready to work smarter, reach further, and scale sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Namibia ICT regulator, CRAN's mandate is not only to enable connectivity, but to help create an environment where connectivity is productive, inclusive, secure, and trusted. Through our 2026 to 2030 Integrated Strategic Business Plan, we are anchoring our work on inclusive engagement, sustainable regulation, operational excellence, and organizational resilience. Strategically, this means advancing digital inclusion, cybersecurity, and innovation so that Namibia's ICT sector becomes a stronger catalyst for investment, competitiveness, and entrepreneurship. However, we also believe that connectivity alone is not enough. A connected entrepreneur must be able to reach customers. They must be able to receive payments, access platforms, protect data, and build trust online. That is where digital transforms economic transformation will be shaped by digital platforms, artificial intelligence, and advanced connectivity. But these tools will only transform lives if entrepreneurs can understand them, access them, trust them, and use them. Our task, which is also the essence of this engagement, is to champion a digital economy that is accessible, that is affordable, that is secure, that is inclusive, that is trusted, but most importantly, where entrepreneurs are not mere spectators of the digital change, but builders, owners, and beneficiaries of the digital future that we are building for Namibia. The impact, ladies and gentlemen, is already visible. A farmer selling beyond their village, a food entrepreneur reaching customers through social media, and a youth-owned enterprise receiving digital platforms. These stories must remind us that the digital economy is not abstract. It is already changing how entrepreneurs, and not only here in northern Namibia, but the country at large, are doing business. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why today's engagement matters. This breakfast is a platform for ideas, partnerships, and action. It connects policy with enterprise, regulation with innovation, and digital infrastructure with economic opportunity. Let this gathering, therefore, be remembered not only for what was said, but for what it helped to unlock, even if it is just one idea, even if it is just one stronger partnership, even if it is just one practical solution. But most importantly, may it also be remembered for renewed confidence in the power of Namibian enterprises. Our sincere hope as a regulator is that today will move us from conversation to collaboration, and from collaboration to partnership. And as the saying goes, the future is not something to wait for, it is something that we must build together. And we hope that this engagement, and we hope that this platform is going to add to the foundations that have already been laid in championing the power of entrepreneurship as contributors to the growth of our digital economy, but also the Namibian economy at large. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the spirit in which we must approach Namibia's digital economy. We must not wait for change, but we must build opportunities together. And as the Ongwediva Trade Fair showcases the energy and enterprise of our people, may this breakfast be the spark for what happens next. Stronger businesses, smarter partnerships, and a digital future built by Namibians for Namibians. We thank you sincerely for accepting our invitation. I think those of us in the room are the fortunate ones. The event oversubscribed at the end. We wish we could have more people, but because of space considerations, we could not. But we are also streaming live, so good morning also to our viewers. Please be part of these important engagements. Let the ideas shared here leave this room. Let them travel beyond this region, and let us unlock opportunities long after today. So welcome, thank you very much, and I wish you all a productive day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO, for that inspiring welcome, and for reminding us that digital transformation is not an option. It is an imperative. Your remarks have set a strong foundation for today's discussions. particularly the need for collaboration among governments, regulators, business, education institutions, and entrepreneurs to ensure that no Namibian is left behind in the digital economy. So on our program today, I would also just like to add that we have a segment where we will do an elevator pitch. I will explain when the time comes for those who do not know what an elevator pitch, because I think we would not do ourselves justice in a room full of entrepreneurs to not give you a chance to market your business, but you will only have 60 seconds. So for those entrepreneurs who are ready to participate, my team outside, you can go and register with them, and then when the time comes, we will call upon you to do your elevator pitch. And also, if nature does call, you see the big door behind us there, that is where the Kanjuo is. All right, so our next speaker represents a region that continues to demonstrate the energy, resilience, and entrepreneurial spirit that Namibia needs to grow its digital economy. It is now my honor to invite Honorable Johannes Gololo, Regional Councillor for the Ongwediva constituency, representing the Governor of the Oshana region, Honorable Hofni Ipinge, to deliver the keynote address. Honorable Gololo, you may take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Director of Ceremony, for the chance you gave me. As I'm going to deliver the speech for the Governor today, on behalf of the Governor, as is my name indicated, is Johannes Ngololo, Regional Councillor for Ongwediva. Let me stand on the protocol as I observe. Commissioner Andreas Shilelo, in his absentia, for Namibian Police Force Oshana Region, Deputy Minister Dino Balotti, for Oshana Regional Councillor Executive Management and the team, Honorable Mayor for Oshana, for Oshakati and the CEO, Ms. Emilia Ngikembwa, Chief Executive Officer for CRAN Executive Management and the Middle Management and team, Ms. Linda McCreon, Manager, Startup and Scale Namibia, Investment Promotion Development Board, Ms. Taimi Shivute, Founder of Tuno Foods, Ms. Helvi Shindume, Director, Women in Agriculture in Namibia, Entrepreneurs and Innovators, distinguished guests, invited guests, member of media, ladies and gentlemen, Director of Ceremony, good morning once more again. It's my honor and privilege to address you on this important gathering dedicated to exploring the opportunity and the possibility of Namibians in digital economy. I commend the Communication Regulatory Authority of Namibia, CRAN, for convening this initiative and for creating a platform that brings together policymaker, entrepreneur, innovator, youth, small and medium enterprise, and information and communication. Technology, ICT, stakeholders to engage on the future of our country's digital transformation journey. The theme, Unlocking Opportunity of Namibian Digital Economy, it's both timely to relevant the future of economic growth, competitiveness, and prosperity will increasingly be shaped by our ability to embrace technology, leverage innovations, and participate meaningfully in digital ecosystems. Across the world, digital technology are interrupting traditional business models while creating an entirely new industry and opportunity. From e-commerce and digital transform to fintech, artificial intelligence, AI, cybersecurity, digital agricultural, and online service. Technologies being a powerful drive of social economic development. Namibia must position itself not merely as a consumer of technology, but as an active creator of a digital solution. Ladies and gentlemen, the Oceania region is uniquely positioned to contribute to these transformations. Our region has a vibrant entrepreneur culture, a growth youth populations, and increasing access to digital technology. Though these strengths provide a strong foundation for creating innovative entrepreneurs capable of competing nationality, originality, and globally. However, unlocking the full benefit of digital economy require deliberated actions. We must continue expanding digital infrastructure, strengthening the digital literacy, supporting innovation hubs, enabling access to finance for startup, and creating a regular environment that encouraging investment and innovation while protecting consumers and ensuring cybersecurity. I therefore applaud current strategic focus on digital inclusion, emerging technology, digital innovations, and cybersecurity resilience. This priority aligned closely with Namibian broader development aspirations and our collective effort to build a knowledge-based economy where digital services are secured, resilient, reliable, and accessible to all. To the young people gathering here today, I wish to say this. The digital economic offer unprecedented opportunity. Your next business idea could be becoming a regional enterprise. Your innovation could transform an industry. Your solution could solve a challenge affecting thousands of citizens. Think boldly, innovate fearlessly, and embrace technology as a tool of nation building. Director of Ceremony, let us continue working together across the governments, business, academia, and the civil society to create an enabling environment where innovative, flourish, and entrepreneurs thrive. Together, we can build a digital entrepreneur. Namibia that creates opportunity, generates employment, and improve the quality of life for all our people. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ngololo, for delivering the keynote address on behalf of Honorable Hofni Ipinge. We appreciate the Governor's continued commitment to inclusive regional development, entrepreneurship, and advancement of opportunities in the digital economy. I think even when we're coming up here, in a lot of towns, it's not so easy when you put in your destination into Google Maps. Here in Oshakati, it takes you where you need to go. So in other towns, even Google Maps is struggling to take you where you need to be. So I think also that speaks to the leadership and the planning of this town. So let me just reiterate that we are very happy to be here, and we really thank you for the hospitality that you have given us so far. We have a little bit of a surprise. We do have Honorable Dino Balotti, and we'd just like to invite him to maybe give us a few words of motivation to our entrepreneurs. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Now, when the MC says few words, he knows that means you shouldn't occupy the podium for too long. Can you see me with all these cameras? I feel very important with 100 cameras on me. Can I move around? I'll confuse these guys properly. Can we do so? Okay. Because I have the mic, right? I'm sorry, guys. So, good morning, everyone. So clearly, CRAN, I'll move that side when you come this side again. Yeah. So clearly, CRAN, the algorithms somehow, I'm going to move again. Yeah. Because I can't see the audience. So let's do this. Put the cameras here because I can't see anyone with all these cameras here. Yeah. So the algorithms clearly wanted me to come here this morning, so I gate crashed your event. So in life they say it's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. Yes? And I promise I'll only be brief. One, I wanted to come and support Ms. Nikembwa, but more so, I love that CRAN have decided to use this platform to engage entrepreneurs. Okay. As a government, what are we trying to achieve? We want to create jobs, right? Among many things. But if we're not empowering entrepreneurs, then I think we're really not doing what we say. We do what we say. Yeah. So really, my background is in commerce, and I'm very passionate about entrepreneurship. Of course, I represent the ministry, I deputize my minister, but education, and when we talk of innovation, which equally speaks to the ICT mandate, I think there's some, what do we call it, synthesis or cross-pollination, those fancy English words, right? So entrepreneurs, what's the population of Angola? We have many, can I have a raise of hands, entrepreneurs in the house? Just raise of hand. Yeah, the majority, thank you. What's the population of Angola? 40 million. Okay. Namibia's population, 3 million. 3,022,000, the census of 2023. So how many times of Namibia is Angola? Many. And Angola is just there. We can touch Angola. But now you'll say, Coach, what are you trying to tell me? I'm trying to tell you that maybe your target market is not here. And possibly your target market is there. You say, Coach, I don't fala Portuguese. I say, well, other people do. And technology and AI can translate for you, isn't it? And you can employ someone that can be your partner, or not employ, you can partner. These cameras are quite frustrating, but it's fine. And so when we think of Southern Africa, you think of 250 million population. And please, I don't want us to be limited by Namibia only has 3 million population. I was in Okongo yesterday supporting the tournament. And we made a joke. Someone said, the next one should be in Oshikuku. And I said, no, there are only 10 people in Oshikuku. And that was a very naughty joke, right? There are not 10 people. I think there's 20 people. But the reality is, we are not taking advantage of our neighboring countries. And of course, I'm not here to give a whole speech around how we can scale what we're trying to do. But the message that I'm trying to share is your target market is not necessarily the person that lives next to you. Because we are limited in we are a vast country. How big are we? 850,000 square, I think. You know, Rwanda is the size of Etosha. Right. And if you're fortunate to be exposed and travel, you'll find that many European countries, they say, we're not even trying to sell to our own country. I can tell you Estonia, which is probably one of the ICT champions globally, they tell us there, we're not even targeting Estonia. All the startups, we're targeting Europe. Imagine your company, your startup, not even targeting your own country. And so if there's a message, I can tell you about, we want you to go back to school with subsidized tertiary education, but more so with our innovation mandate and our youth mandate, I want to sort of, what can I say? I want to urge you to really think about how do I penetrate Zimbabwe. How big is Zimbabwe? 17 million. Zambia, what's the number there? I think in the 20s. Angola, 40 million. South Africa, 65 million. How do we penetrate some of these markets? And so really that's the message that I wanted to share. But I want to appreciate CRAN. Not many SOEs, not many OMAs make time to engage entrepreneurs. And so when we give these nice speeches where we use AI to support us and assist us, we need to be speaking about entrepreneurship because that's where we create jobs. So really, colleagues, you've made the time to be here. I say thank you very much. Really, Cran, well done. I didn't want to prepare anything. I just came to Gatecrash. We have another engagement with education now at 9:30. But I wanted to appreciate this platform and take advantage of the platform. Get all the numbers of Cran, bug them. There's a difference between being annoying and being persistent. And so if you're persistent, I'm hopeful that Mr. Kamba will share his journey about persistence. You cannot have one of my former mentors, he said, don't treat people like a one-night stand. He was not talking funny business. He meant you cannot have one good conversation and expect everything is going to work. You have to have the second, third, fourth, fifth conversation. That's persistence, right? So thank you very much for, I hope I was brief, Director. He said for these short remarks, he even looked at me and said short remarks, but thank you very much and all the best for today. Thank you.
He definitely understood the assignment. Thank you so much. And I think what you raised was quite important, because sometimes we really try and limit ourselves because, no, we are only 3 million, but we live in a global village. Everyone on earth is your customer. So thank you so much again, Honorable Belotti, for those very short remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I am hearing from my team that all of the entrepreneurs here, not even one has yet signed up for our elevator pitch. I'm a little bit worried, but I do have hope that you will make your way to that table there. So at this juncture, CRAN's integrated strategic business plan for 2026 to 2030 positions the authority as a digital enabler, focusing on a communication sector that is innovative, secure, inclusive, and responsive to the needs of citizens and businesses. To take us through this strategic direction, I am pleased to invite Ms. Lovisa Shilongo, Manager, Business Strategy and Transformation at CRAN. Ms. Shilongo, please take us through CRAN's vision as the digital enabler. Please give her a round of applause.
All right, good morning to you all. Allow me to stand on the protocol that has been already established. Similar with the roaming mic, I apologize to the cameraman, but I follow the lead, right? Now, at CRAN, we value and we recognize that digital transformation is not solely on technology or connectivity. For us, is going a little bit more, extending it more beyond to ensure that we create an enabling environment for innovators, for entrepreneurs, for investors or investment, as well as for economic growth. So I stand on that backdrop as I present to you today's presentation, and I will then take you through in terms of how do we then as CRAN create that enabling environment. So standing before you is Lovisa Shilongo, and I'm the Manager for Business Strategy at CRAN. Now, how that is going to, just take me through to the outline. Right, now what I'm going to do is, first of all, to share and tell you more in terms of who CRAN is, what we stand for, how we meet the innovators and entrepreneurs in ensuring that the entrepreneurs and innovators can then partake in the digital ecosystem. Then I'll take you through to how do we then create this digital enabling environment, and what are those opportunities that you can then leverage from the newly approved CRAN's Integrated Strategic Business Plan, which is for 2026 up until 2030. I will then take you through to the way forward, and then I'll conclude in that manner. Then allow me to take you through to who we are, what we do, and what we stand for. Now, CRAN is a regulatory authority established by the Communications Act, that is Act number 8 of 2009. And what we do, our core mandate is to regulate the telecommunications services, to regulate the postal, the broadcasting, as well as the allocation and management of radio spectrum. That is what we do. So anything to do with ICT, that's what we do, all right? Now, with the new mandate that has been entrusted to us, and with the new ISBP, we have then crafted the lead or the road that we are to travel, which is our mission. And our mission for the new ISBP is really quite clear, and this is a mission which is very inclusive, and that is to foster a leading, secure, inclusive, and innovative communication sector. That is the journey that we are to travel together to realize the vision, which is a Namibia where digital services are reliable, where they are secure and accessible to all. So in the development phase, we really thought of including everyone because we don't want anyone to be left behind in this digital ecosystem. And so in developing this strategy, we really consulted all of our key stakeholders to develop this roadmap that we are to move Namibia forward. All right. Now, in terms of if we can just go to the next one, in terms of how we are to enable this environment. So, of course, with the entrepreneurs and the innovators, the expectation is that this environment has to be accessible. Now, how do we ensure that as an entrepreneur or as an innovator, I get to partake in this digital ecosystem? Number one, it's connectivity. And in our strategy, we will then share with you how that the activities or the strategic initiatives that speaks to how we then roll out and ensure that we are all connected. Bear with me, those activities are coming, and those are the activities that I would want our entrepreneurs and our innovators to then leverage on and work within those parameters to ensure that we reach and that we are able to conduct business. All right. Now, again, another item that the entrepreneurs will require and that they should look out for is really clarity. And clarity is key. The legislation that is before us, is it clear? Is it operationalized in a standard and fair manner? Is it certain? Is it today that we are operating this way and tomorrow when you come back we are telling you, no, actually it's no longer that way? Is there certainty? And certainty and clarity is very important in relation to the legal framework. Another environment or enabling environment that the entrepreneurs are looking for is really space, a safe space where the entrepreneurs feel they can come and test their ideas without any burdens of regulation. And this speaks to market entry. Are the innovators and new entrepreneurs able to penetrate in this ecosystem and test their ideas in ensuring that, of course, when I test without so much burdens on the requirements, I will then be able to better stand and test my products into the market. Again, I will share with you in further details in how the ISBP, which is the CRAN strategy, then have opportunities that speaks to all these enabling environments that we have recognized that the entrepreneurs and the innovators would want in order to thrive in business. Again, trust is one of the key factors. The digital ecosystem is very nice, but it comes with a lot of risks. So how do we ensure that it is trusted? There's a lot of cyber crimes, a lot of activities regarding the digital ecosystem. Now, in the strategy, we will again demonstrate in terms of how we are saying that this space should be trusted, okay? The last one, it's markets. Of course, for you to come up with these innovative solutions, you do require a market. But again, we do recognize that this market has to have a level playing field. And then for us as a regulator, we have taken that to ensure that all and anyone who wants to partake in this digital ecosystem, that the market is level for everyone. So that is where competition comes in. Now, again, to offset that, what we are saying is we are enabling innovation, we are expanding access, and we are then building trust, and again, supporting competition. And the next slide will just share more in terms of what are those initiatives that we have put into the strategic plan for 2026 to 2030 that the innovators and entrepreneurs can leverage on. Right, now, the first one, we have regulatory sandboxes. This might be a word that has been used quite frequently, but what this means is that in the regulation, through regulation, we have allowed the innovators to come and test their products or ideas or services without any obligation of having to comply to the framework. And why this is important is that at times you would be subjected to the very first thing is the registration fee or the fee that you need for you to submit that application for CRAN to assess your license. But we want to do away with all that because we understand that we need to hold hands for us to move Namibia together. So through the regulation, we have then created an opportunity, a safe space for entrepreneurs, for innovators to come in, test their ideas. However, I need to give a disclaimer. It's not to say once you go through the sandbox, then it's automatic that we will guarantee success of the product that you are testing. We are just creating an enabling environment, all right? Again, another initiative that we are doing in the new strategic plan is emerging technology guidelines. Now, of course, with technology, there is a lot of opportunities within the ecosystem. However, the usage thereof is very important. And so we, as a regulator, we have then come up with, or we are planning to develop guidelines to help entrepreneurs or users of the digital ecosystem in terms of the do's and the don'ts. Of course, again, just to cement this initiative, guidelines are very much voluntary. So it's not to say that they are binding. It's for you to look at them and see if you would want to comply to them. But it's not to say that you would be subjected to comply to the guidelines. They're entirely voluntary. Another item that we have planned for you that we are of the view that you can leverage on is the sector innovation strategy. Now, this strategy will just provide more clarity and certainty in terms of the ecosystem itself, and that is a document that you can look out for and perhaps enrich your ideas. Modernized regulation, again, very important. With regulation, it should not be static. And so with the new strategy, we have then come up with other ideas to either review, develop the regulations to ensure that we are creating a very good enabling for those participants that want to engage in this digital ecosystem. Again, with e-trade initiatives, this is now where the market elements come into play. How do we then ensure that we partake in the digital ecosystem? As was already said, the market or your consumers or your recipients are not necessarily just Namibians. We are looking at a borderless customers. And with e-trade, the initiatives that we have for e-trade, that is an opportunity again that can enable that phase. So again, what we are saying is that with the new ISBP, the main aim is really for innovators and entrepreneurs to test their ideas, see if it's viable, enter the market, and scale up in that order. Now, the opportunities, again, within the ISBP, and this is just for you to see where you fit in, how you can leverage them. We have listed a few. So that is digital infrastructure. Of course, there's connectivity, networks, emerging technologies. Is that something appealing to you? All right? Digital services. There is a lot of platforms. E-commerce, digital solution. Again, is this an avenue that appeals to me as an innovator or as an entrepreneur? Explore if it speaks to you. Emerging technologies. Again, there is AI, Internet of Things, and the many likes. Does it speak to me? Is it of interest to me? Can I explore? If so, then you can just go again back to the ISBP to see what those initiatives and how you can leverage within that framework. Digital trust, again, very important. In this digital ecosystem, anyone, whether you are from the supplier side or from the receiving side, you would want the value chain to be secure, to be safe. So again, how do we ensure that? Is that something that you can add on to ensure that you create a market around cybersecurity, resilience, and secure digital services? If it speaks to you, explore more and engage in that area. Again, with digital inclusion, new markets, users, opportunity, it's an avenue that one can explore. And so we have just put up all this to ignite and see if these are the areas that speaks to you in terms of the digital ecosystem, because Crane's ISBP creates that enabling environment, and we would want to see all of you and all of us thrive in this journey. Okay? If you can just go to the next one. Now, to conclude, of course, all of us have various roles to play. For a regulator, it's different. And a regulator being Crane, what we do is really to enable, it's to facilitate, and it's to evolve. Because if we stay stagnant, then we do not prepare you for when the opportunity comes. Again, for industry, it's to adapt, it's to partner, it's to commercialize. We should know where we stand, and we should work well in our frameworks. For investors, again, is to partner, is to invest, and it's to scale. For the innovators, the entrepreneurs in the room, our role is to identify what is it that I want to do, what is it that speaks to me. It's to create. It's always easier to take a step, but if you are just here and you are thinking, oh, I spotted an area that speaks to me, but you never get up to create. It remains at just identifying. And we want to identify, to create, and to scale. Very important. And so we are saying, together, all of us in this room, all of us in Namibia, we should hold hands and really make sure that we leverage these opportunities that are before us, and ensure that we partake in the digital ecosystem, that we create the economic growth, and that we prosper our beautiful country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shilongo. I think you made it quite clear Crane's role in this digital transformation journey. I could see some head nods and some mm-hms and some ahas. So I think you did definitely spark something there. So we now turn to a key question for every entrepreneur. How can digital platforms help businesses grow, serve customers better, and access new opportunities? Technology is most valuable when it creates access. Our next speaker is committed to building resilient, people-centered digital systems that create access and opportunity. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Monica Nehemia, Chief Technical and Information Officer at MTC.
I think I should also stand there because I can't see. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, sorry. I woke up very early to work on this presentation. I didn't get a chance, so my day has started 5 hours ago. That's why I'm thinking it's the afternoon. My apologies for that. I'm standing on the protocol observed, established already. I'll just like to thank Mrs. Emilia Nkemba for the opportunity. Thank you so much. I would also like to highlight and to say a thank you also to the Regional Councillor, Mr. Ngololo, our fellow presenters and everybody, welcome. So I was tasked to come and engage on the technicalities when it comes to the drive on the digital transformation. So as we all know, MTC has been a mobile operator and we are always about making sure that there's connectivity. So we are no longer regarding ourselves as being a mobile network operator. So we are saying that we are a digital platform, a digital service solution provider. So we have transitioned, and my presentation is just to give you a journey on how we have transitioned from being just a mobile network operator and being part of the national digital strategy of Namibia. All right? Am I supposed to have something to? You're doing everything for me? Okay, thank you. So who's MTC? So over the 30 years, as I've said, that's all that we've been doing, making sure that we have connectivity, and we have evolved from a mobile network operator into a national digital enabler. So our focus is to make sure that we have digital inclusion. How do we do that? Financial inclusion, how do we do that? Digital identity, digital skills development, emerging technologies, and national innovation. This is what is driving us to be a digital service solution provider. So our strategy and our mission and vision have changed a long time ago. So in the past, we'll talk about making sure that everybody is covered, there's quality network and all that. So, but now we are saying that we want to drive an inclusive Namibian digital economy. That's MTC, as a technical company, is set out to do and achieve. So how are we going to achieve that? We want to create a sustainable value for all our stakeholders through innovative digital solution and a high performance culture, so that we become a digital solution provider. Just to give us the journey from where we are starting off. So we all know that we all started with 2G. By that time, it was a luxury only for certain people. I didn't even have a 2G phone when people were having 2Gs. Sorry. Because it was only certain people that had access to mobile connectivity. It was regarded as a luxury. So when 2G came in, it was only about SMSs, voice, and connectivity. And your services were delivered by physical presence. So you needed to go to a mobile home, you needed to do everything possible in order for you to have services with the 2G. And then we moved to the 3G. Exactly the same, and then we had limited mobile data, because you know with 3G you can basically just download a picture, but you can't really watch a movie or a video with that. So we transitioned from 3G to 4G, which is now where we said that we started establishing our digital service provision. And with SMS, voice, connectivity, we had broadband mobile services. We are not talking about mobile data, we are talking about broadband, because it's more, you can do a lot with it. And with that, we are also talking about IoT. Now, IoT is Internet of Things. Now, when you're looking at the mobile spectrum or the mobile ecosystem, it's connectivity or communication from one cell phone to the other cell phone. So what IoT is saying, you can communicate from one cell phone to anything, or anything can communicate with anything, machine to machine. So, and I think this is demonstrated by many of us, that somebody can call you and then you can receive it on your phone. There's a lot of people with smartwatches. So this is the establishment of IoT and the smart connectivity that we are talking about. So becoming a digital platform enabler, this is how aggressively we have to establish this with 5G. Last year we launched 5G. Many of you have maybe realized when you're somewhere on your phone, it will indicate that you are in a 5G enabled environment. However, we have a challenge. Not many people have 5G enabled devices. Some of us are limited to only 4G. So the uptake of 5G is quite slow, but we are getting there. And what are we saying about 5G? Now, 5G is giving broader data capability that 4G cannot. And one thing about it, it has low latency, meaning that the delay between transmission and what you're achieving is so minimal that many services that could not be rendered with 4G are now actually possible with 5G. An example is a hospital where a life support monitoring system is relying on with 4G cannot be achieved because it's so critical that if the network is delayed with a little few minutes or seconds, the patient might die. But with 5G, this is one of the services that are capable, that can be achieved via 5G. So in the past, you can only achieve it via physical connection, but through 5G, the capability that comes with that is that. So the difference as well, with 4G, it was more about communication, your phone, YouTube, meetings, and all that, but with 5G, it gives a capability where services can actually be on-sold to enterprises, to businesses, to ministries, and give you connectivity that could not be achieved before. All right? Ella? So what is it then we are talking about digital opportunity? So our digital opportunity national, the digital transformation, we are talking about having better access to services. We are talking about having great financial inclusion, more efficient government services. What the government is trying to do is that if one looks at Ministry of Home Affairs, where you can get your passport within a day, that is all efforts around government services. If we are talking about what the government is trying to establish is that to have a platform of integration, if you want to register for your business, you need to go to BIPA, do your registration there, and then you need to go to NAMRA to get your tax, your business also registered with NAMRA. Then you need to go to Social Security, you need to go to all these places just for one business. But what the government is trying to do with the digital transformation is for you to sit at your comfort of your house and just click on BIPA. BIPA will take you to NAMRA and your registration will be achieved seamlessly. And these are the efforts that the government is working on as well. Improved education outcomes. Our minister is not here. So what the government is trying to achieve is that the same education for the child that's at Hedimbi and the same education of the child that's at Windhoek High School should be the same. So what they are saying is that Monica as a teacher will have a lesson on mathematics, and that lesson of mathematics will be screened simultaneously at the same time at all the schools so that we can get fair and equal education. That's digital transformation. Economic participation, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about the digital economy. So what is it that we need to do? How is it that digital services can be established to create this digital economy that we are talking about? And what is digital economy? So stronger innovation ecosystem. The minister mentioned that what is the country? Mentioned about the country in Europe that was there to drive innovation, but this innovation was not around their country, but they were looking at getting outside the border of their country, which is Europe. All right, Ella? So our strategic investment, digital inclusion, what MTC has established. So what we're looking at 5G and the future network, as I mentioned, what is the difference? Why was it so important for us to have 5G? And how different is it going to be from what we have in order for us to establish that? So it's going to drive faster connectivity and enable smart technologies, innovation, and future-ready structure. 4G LTE currently has limitations. So there's a lot of opportunities that comes with 5G, and that is what we're trying to achieve. Connectivity inclusion. Unfortunately, we need connectivity. So again, the same student in Hedimbi will not be able to have the same experience as the one in Windhoek High because there's no connectivity. So we are driving to make sure that we have connectivity, and what we have established in MTC, every year we have a project that we call rural LTE. So what we are doing is that we are going to sites where we see that this site has a number of LTE devices. We are seeing that the demand is there. We are seeing that there's 3G. So we go to these sites and we improve. Only for the rural areas. We are not looking at any other area like the urban areas. And in addition to that effort, through our participation with the CRAN Universal Service Fund, what the Universal Service Fund is about, did not mention it, is that what it does is that it goes into area where there is no network, where there is a need. Because unfortunately, MTC is now also listed. So according to being a listed company, you always need to go and provide services where it's making business sense, where MTC can generate revenue and all that. So in support of the drive, CRAN, we are always partaking in the CRAN Universal Service Fund initiative to make sure that we bridge that gap of connectivity between the rural and the urban areas. Now, unfortunately, mobile telecommunication is very complex. And as we all know, the cell phone that you might have had 5 years ago is not what you have now, because it evolves. So we are subjected to making sure that our network is very modern. It reaches end of life to adjust to the new technology evolution and the customer needs that are out there. Financial inclusion. So what the Bank of Namibia has done, as part of their digital drive, they have come up with a digital payment vision. And what they are busy doing now, I think it will be launched anytime soon, is that all the banks need to partake in this digital platform. So currently, if I send you an e-wallet from FNB, you can only draw your money from FNB. If I send it through NetBank, you can only draw it through NetBank. But what this digital platform is saying that if I send you money with my NetBank, you can go to any bank, whether it's FNB at your comfort, there will be no additional cost. You can even get it on the Maris platform, and MTC is partaking in that, enabling the platform to have this achieved. Innovation and partnerships. So we don't want to duplicate efforts. We don't want to do something that somebody else is doing. We also don't want you to come and do something that MTC is doing. Let's collaborate. So what MTC has done, that we have established an HTTPS Innovation Center with the University of Namibia. We have a floor on the 6th and the 7th floor at the HTTPS building. And what we are saying is that all strategic partnerships, we want to foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and the development of local digital solutions. Now we have signed partnerships with the like of Nempower, Namwater, Metropolitan, Old Mutual, and small SMEs. And this is a collaboration, can we go back? This is a collaboration between MTC, we provide the platform, we provide the skills, the know-how, and the academics, the scholars, the students that are currently studying for that. And then with that, all that we are saying, you as a partner, come with your problem statement. So Old Mutual is saying that we have a problem with many of our customers that are in Bethany in the south. And when they need to claim for any other reason, how can we make use of your local network to be able to give them services via our platform? So the problem statement from the customer, the capability from MTC, the capability from the students, the capability from the lecturers, because it's a conglomerate of many skills, then sit around the table to see how can we come up with a digital solution for this company. Now the same was also established through the likes, for example, through the likes of Nemwater, that says that we have metering, water meters all over the country that we are struggling to manage, that we want to give the people comfort at where they are sitting to just buy additional credit or whatever for their water meter. MTC, what solution can we come up with? So these are the type of cases that we are getting through the HTTPS Innovation Center. Many organizations is not only restricted to corporate organization, private organization, SMEs, even with NAMPOL, we also have a solution around the smart policing that we're working on in their internet network provision. Ella? So behind every simple digital journey is a complex IT journey, right? So digital transformation is not only about technology and IT, but this is just to give an oversight on the biggest components that actually makes it established of what it is that MTC have done to establish this. So we are all looking at the customer experience. This is what is driving the digital experience. So what is it that we want for the customer to do? We don't want the customer to be discomforted, and we don't want the customer to always come to where they are. Now we are very cognizant of the fact that Meme needs to take Meme needs to pay a $60 or a $100 from the village just to come to MTC at the mobile home to change her SIM card. We don't want that anymore. We want Meme to be at the village where she is, and this to be enabled as soon as possible. So what is the journey? Because that is a problem statement. So what is the journey that MTC can do about Meme that's at the village? And this is a journey that we are coming up with the different services. So it must be self-service. We are looking at customer onboarding. How do we onboard the customer so that it's fast? Support, how do we support you? Payments, notification, digital interaction. But this is just an example of the digital services that we identified. And then we come to the core business systems. In order for us to have the self-services onboarding, which systems do we get these services from? And these are the different systems that we identified. So we identified the core systems, which is the customer relation, where we're hosting your information, billing, how do we bill you, the products, which products, the awares, which products are you assigned to, customer identity, verify your ID, payments platform, how do we pay? So how do we integrate these systems in order for us to get that? And the integration, basically, we're just saying all these systems, how should they speak to one another in order for us to give that service to the customer? And so we come to cybersecurity. We need to give you the trust that if you now do not have to drive anymore to come and bring your ID, and you have to share your ID while you are there, what trust can we give you? It's a cyber world. This is the cyber security that we have. The data governance, how are we governing your data? Nobody is having access to your data that is not supposed to have. The digital identity, this is a digital strategy for the government. We have established one internally for MTC as well, service management, because the customer experience only becomes seamless when the technology underneath is integrated, secure, and reusable. This is what we have established. Ella? An example, how we digitize the customer experience. We have a mobile app, same like the MTC app, and we're encouraging people, please download the app so that you are in a position to manage your accounts, to monitor the usage, because people will call and say, I don't know what happened to my data. Please go on there and just see how you're using it. We are busy with that. You can subscribe to different products when you want to change your products. You don't have to call center. You don't have to go to the mobile home, and the digital services and assistance you can get there. But however, the uptake of this has been very slow because people still call the call center to complain. People still go to the mobile home to complain. But we have started with a journey. There was even a time that we came up with a promotion of winning. If you buy credit over the mobile app, you'll get a chance to win. Just to entice, our customers to do this. But it has been very slow. Now that's one thing also about awareness and uptake. It's a journey. People are always slow sometimes to get to a point like that. All right? Ella? So how did we create the digital economy? So first of all, we started with the digital identity. We want to know that it's really you. Because in a case that you need to change if you want to change or you want to replace your SIM card, you lost your SIM card for some reason, what MTC would always say is that, no, you need to bring us a police statement, you have the copy of your ID and all this, so that you can make sure you're the real owner that's replacing this SIM card with a new one. But there are always gaps in it. There are very different ways of getting a police statement. That's really not true. There are different ways of getting a certified ID. That is also not true. And then we end up replacing the SIM card, and it's creating problems because it's not the real owner. So we have created Verify. So Verify is a biometric digital verification system that we have in MTC that enables you to identify the verification, biometrics, customer onboarding, know your customer compliance, fraud detection, secure interaction, and all that. Now, we had a scenario where Emilia is hypothetically, it did not really happen. So we had a scenario of a customer that came to the mobile home wanting to change their SIM card. And when they got, we asked them, because even had a cap on, said, can you please take up your cap so that I can just verify that, you know, the ID and this is really you. It confirmed it was him, and then the SIM card was changed. A week later, the real owner of the SIM card came and said that I lost money through my bank. So what happened is that this could have been a family member that look alike. And he requested the SIM card to be changed so that he receives the notifications from the bank. And the money was gone. And now they are asking MTC, why did you do this? How did you do this? So we are looking at an intensive investigation to see that what were the loopholes and what is it that we have done wrong to have this established. And we have moved on to say that Verify, register yourself with Verify, so that when you come, we will ask you to say, if you are Monica, let's just give us your biometrics so that we can really make sure that you are the Monica who wants to change the SIM card. We don't need your ID. We don't need to rely only on your ID anymore. But you have your ID and your biometrics. It makes it easier. Not only does it protect the customer, but it will also protect us. So we are looking at that. And this is where the digital economy is going to, because we want to be truth and trustworthy that the person that we are working with is the real owner of the product. Ella? And so we have Maris. Maris is a financial inclusion that we are looking at. With MTC Maris, we have up to 500 registered customers, active agents and merchants in the market that are representing Maris. We have a presence in all the 14 regions. It's a digital wallet. So what we are saying, what you can do is that you can send money to Maris, you can receive money on Maris, you can pay your bills, you can buy from Woermannsbroek with Maris. It's a wallet services. You can go to Woermannsbroek to withdraw money or to any of the merchants of Maris, and you can cash in or you can cash out there. So again, in this platform, where the digital transformation is going on is that I think we are realizing how powerful our cell phone is becoming. Because not only is it your bank, because currently you do transact via FNB on your bank, it is your identity, it has all your privacy on, and then so is it with Maris. All right? Ella? And then building skills. So what is it? How are we building skills for the digital age? MTC has established an upskill hub, and with the upskill hub, we provide access to learning opportunities to all our customers. Now there are different courses. Some is from English how to use Microsoft PowerPoint, how to use Microsoft Excel. There's the developer ones, Python, and there's digital marketing, and some of these courses, $3 a day, some of them are $15 a day, some of them are $30 or $50 for a month, depending on the different type of courses. But we have a platform where we are saying that we need people who knows how to work on the digital platforms that we are going to, digital inclusivity. Ella? So when it comes to connectivity, how do we get the connectivity? The connectivity is established via Spectra Go. Now, as I mentioned about 5G before, we have come up with 5G. It gives you a broadband, bigger access to the different services that you might need. And we have worked very hard to make sure that it is affordable to SMEs, to catering for the different type of businesses, even for the home users. So it gives you the capability for remote, working remotely, for e-commerce, for digital payment, because it's a secure network that we are providing to all our customers. Ella? So how do we unlock the digital footprint in the future? We are looking at smartwatches. We spoke about the smartwatches already. We spoke about the connected vehicles. No, not the connected vehicles. We actually don't have connected vehicles yet. But we do actually, especially for businesses that want to trace where the car is going, how many mileage is. So this is a capability that can be achieved, making sure that you have a 5G and you have the IoT. So we mentioned about Internet of Things is basically communication from a platform to another platform, from a cell phone to anything, by providing that for you. We are talking about smart agriculture. There's a lot of potentials in that. The digital marketplace. I really have a problem because sometimes when I come to Oshakati and you're staying in the hotel, you come with work. The only thing that I just want Oshifima and Evander. I don't want steak and all that. So I call my colleagues, where can I buy Evander, traditional food, any restaurant here? And there's only one known. I'm like, I want a different, give me a different platform. Nobody knows where to go, which I understand because everybody cooks it at home, so they don't need to sell it. But I'm far from home. My home is in the village. I'm in town now. I just want Evander for tonight. Nobody is there because there's no digital platform. And you know, they are also not so nice. Instead of saying, let me cook for you and you can come over, they don't even invite me. So I end up struggling with that. So there's a space for digital marketing around us. A one for possible restaurants where you can just go on to Oshakati Digital Marketing and have options. If you're looking for food, these are the different places where you can go because we don't know where to go. I know where Spare is, I think, and all the others, but the ones that are at Meme's house in the whatever periphery of, we don't have that. We need insight. And sometimes I also just want quickly to go on and buy myself a craft from Omatala. And I don't have time to go walk through Omatala looking for the one that I want. Let's create a digital space for Omatala, where all the memes, tate, their products can be showcased, and I can actually buy from meme, and the owner of this digital platform already has a type of a yango to have it delivered to me here. It's a service. It's a possibility. I didn't want to speak about smart agriculture because we have a presentation on that. Industrial IoT, especially for Tatekambwa in your business. You need visibility of certain things while you are sitting in South Africa. They can send you a notification while you are in South Africa to say that the output that you usually get from this machine, which is 50 when you are there, has gone down to 30. You'll be able to question, call and say, what happened to the 30? Because that machine is speaking directly to you, the capabilities that are there, and platforms that can be established to have this service. We have machine-to-machine communication and artificial intelligence. I will not speak about artificial intelligence, but there's a lot that we can do into artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence is where the machine has learned the intelligence of a human being very predictive. But before we get into machine intelligence, because it's based on data, you need to make sure that there's a very proper data governance, and you need to make sure that your data is clean. You need to make sure that your data can be relied on so that you can use this data for you to have artificial intelligence. However, what I can encourage for us as SMEs, we can use this data to speak to us, because you can gather data around your market, around your environment, so that it can inform you what is the problem statement for you to come up with a solution and create a platform. So the future of connectivity extends beyond people to devices, systems, and industry. Ella? So an example, a day in the life of a digitally empowered person. So we have Anna. 7 a.m. Anna wakes up. She starts her day using a Spectra Go to access high-speed internet work, communication, and stay informed. Quickly have a meeting, tell anybody anything that needs to be done as she's busy preparing for her day. By 9 o'clock, she quickly does her training at the upskill hub that she has signed up with at the comfort of her house, still didn't leave. And then she needs to make some payments, and she makes use of the Verify platform. Somebody sent her money, or she needed to do payments. She's just using Verify. Actually, she's using Verify to verify that, this is indeed her. The biometrics of her eyes or the biometrics of her finger, whatever. I'm sorry. And then from there on, she manages her finance. Whatever it is that has come in, whatever payments that she needs to do, and she's growing her business. So she continues using her connectivity and her digital tools, and so that she communicates. She's running her business from her comfort. So now here you don't need a building, an office. You don't really need your customers to come to you, because we are in a digitally enabled environment. So your customers don't have to see you. Your trust is based on the Verify that you have. Your trust is based on Maris that you have. Your trust is based on the always-on connectivity that is there. And then she also bought her ticket, paid via Maris, and then she flies to South Africa, and then while she's flying, she doesn't have to go stand in a queue to buy a new SIM card, roaming, and all that, because she has eSIM. So all this is done without any physical presence of the service provider. So these are the type of services that we are looking at when we are talking about digital transformation. So for a ministry as well, when Ministry of Home Affairs is saying that we are fully digitally transformed, is it because you got your ID and your passport, your birth certificate and everything without going to that big, beautiful building at the comfort of where you are. All right? Next, I think I've mentioned about this. We went back. Okay, sorry, technology a bit, it's not digitally enabled. I'm so joking. But I think with this that Ella? I think that was also the last slide that I had. No, you're going back, you're not going in front. You're still going back. Okay. So with this, I just want to say that I think that was the last slide. But just the journey of digital transformation is not based on technology. And basically what we are saying with digital transformation is that somewhere we need to find the ick. We need to find that problem statement in order for us to provide the services and come up with a solution. Now, once you have that problem statement that needs a solution, and there's an aspect of a digital platform, we are saying that You can use upskill so that you can be trained and see how digital marketing and the digital space can be established. You can approach the HTTPS hub in Windhoek and speak to our technocrats. These are students that are very zealous. They want to work on things and they want to come up with solutions so that they can come up with a platform that can assist your business uptake. We have a need and we need to encourage our people to start using that because we are very uncomfortable and we don't know that we are uncomfortable. But once we come to a point where we have a solution, then the conversation is going to be quite different. We are also looking at the aspect to say that with the digital transformation, that the journey for us to start from where we are and where we are going is in line with the vision of the nation. It's a national vision and the development of a digital economy is in our hands. It's not in the hands of the government. It's in the hands of each and every one of us to be able to achieve that. Digital economy is already here and then we just need to uptake this and push this for greater heights. I think with that said, thank you. I'm not so sure whether it was the last time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nehemia. I think that was, for those of you who are here with us today, she already gave you some business ideas for free. So, Dr. Nehemia, I think you should be happy that the next time you are here, you will find those apps. We have very capable entrepreneurs in the room today. All right. So, next we are just going to move into a Q&A session. We'll now open the floor for a brief question and answer session. So, some quick house rules on this segment. Please try and keep your questions brief. Introduce yourself, introduce your business so that we know exactly who we are talking to. And I really want to emphasize on the briefness because we want to accommodate as many questions as we can. So, can I maybe just have my colleagues, one of my colleagues to assist with a roaming mic, please? All right, we have a question there in the back.
Yes, good morning everyone. My name is Anton. I'm representing Royal Main. Everyone can hear me?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Check. 1 million, 2 million.
Can we maybe have another one? This one doesn't want to help us here. You know, when you want technology to work is the time that technology also doesn't want.
Yes, my name is Anton. I'm representing Royal Main Investment CC. I just wanted to inquire, the former speaker who went off stage right now, she's talking about digital inclusion. So, Communication Regulation Authority of Namibia nets approximately $278 million annually. So, I just wanted to inquire how do you guys go about the next step of involving low Earth orbiting technology in order for us to reach the level of Elon Musk?
That is for the last speaker, right?
So when we're looking at when we're looking at network connectivity provides different means. There's fiber, there's mobile, there's different options, and then there's VSAT. Now, what the VSAT is used for, VSAT is used for where you don't have an option of mobile, fiber, or any other options. So that's where we are looking at VSAT. Currently, we are making use of VSAT. We are using that in areas where we have lodges, like in the Sources Flay, there's no connectivity there. They are the only ones that are there. So we do provide them services. Parates does provide them services of VSAT, and so is it that Telecom as well. So when Leo comes in, and what is the difference between Starlink and all the VSATs that we have? Because VSAT has been inexistent for forever. And where the difference comes in is that all the VSAT service providers that we have, they are rendering services only to service providers, the ones that we had until now. What made Starlink different is that Starlink was a service that's provided not only to a service provider, to the public. And now that it came to the attention of the public, some of the public misunderstood as if it's a service that doesn't exist and it's something that they want. Why would you want a VSAT in town if you have 5G and 4G, right? Because the VSAT that we are currently providing is to fill the gap in our connectivity where we do not have. Because all these years, this is how VSAT has been used. Because people that are in Windhoek for all these years have never used VSATs. Now, there are many places where Leo has been deployed that in Harare, they are also having VSAT, while they actually have another MTC that's there that's providing exactly the same service. The difference also with Leo is that VSAT is generally also not affordable because of the nature of the technology. What is different with Starlink is that Starlink has become affordable and it's easier for it to be to reach the masses like me and you, because they are subsidized by the Ministry of Defense of the United States. So these are the difference between technology and the non-technological aspects that actually comes in with service provisioning. So for us, we are not in the business of saying that, we are using Leo or whatever, we are improving, because we do have that. When MTC is there to service customers, we want to hear what is it that you want to service, because so that we can sell you a service. You want internet connectivity, you want to be able to service your customers, or all that. We will build the technology and you will enjoy the service. So the discussion should be between service and technology, but what Starlink has brought out a difference. They are selling a technology and not a service. Because with Starlink, you want a 50 meg. 5 meg can give you 50 meg. Or fiber, which is more stable than Starlink, can give you a 50 meg. But people are set on Leo, they are set on Starlink because of the media, haze, drama, and everything that came with it. But it's just the service that we want to service you. So from a technical perspective, that is the difference. We do have services for Leo. If you come and you say that you have a service need in Ohambo, somewhere out there, there's no network connectivity, and you really do want the network connectivity because there is no tower, we'll be able to tell you, we can give you this service. But then the service that we are giving you is a Leo. It's just not from Starlink, it's just different from the others. Because, as I said, the VSAT service providers have always been service providers to the likes of MTC, Telecom, and Paratus only, and not directly to the consumer.
Thank you so much for that. Do we have another? I see another hand up here. Please introduce yourself, your organization.
Okay, good morning everyone. I am Emilia Hailonga and I'm an aspiring creative marketing strategist. That is what I'm venturing into right now, but I'm a qualified teacher. Okay. So my question goes to Dr. Nehemia on the upskill hub sector that she spoke about. So my question is, are these courses recognized for someone to actually apply for a job, or they're just as skills advancement for someone? Because I believe, or I feel that those courses are very affordable with the prices that she just spoke of. If our youth or people that are not able to access quality education or institutionalized education, they can use those skills to actually apply for jobs within the digital space, because they are very affordable, they are very, you can, as she said, you can study or use the skills at the comfort of your own home. So my question is, can one apply with these courses, or they are just for career advancement or skills advancement?
All right, thank you. That's clear.
Yes, ma'am. These ones are not certified. They are really there to bridge the gap, because the certified courses are again expensive. And now you are an SME, you have a small business, and you just want to know how to do Excel so that you can do your calculations there. So we are saying that we are bridging that gap between the certified that's very expensive and the one that really needs it for their business now. So pay a $3 for that day so that you can urgently do a PowerPoint course or whatever course, depending on what it is, that you can use in your business currently. So there are again those innovators and entrepreneurs that could not go to NAS or all that, but they have the interest. So go on and do this course of Python so that you are in a position to become a digital marketer, because you can do it yourself. You don't have to go to a company to come and do all this for you. So it's to bridge that gap. So they are not certified. You cannot use them for application for a job, but you can use them as an SME. You can use them immediately so that you can apply for your advancement of your digital journey with your company.
Okay, I see 3 hands. Okay, I will entertain now, let me say one more, and then just jot down your question. There will still be another session again where you can ask your questions. Thank you.
Mine is not really a question. It is a concern that is entrepreneurial in appearance. Yeah. So I'm coming from the individual entrance. I'm an individual, but the profession I did information security and forensics and computer forensics at the honors degree. My question, from the school that I did a lot of, I learned a lot of electronics. And so my concern to the Minister of Education, I don't know if there's anyone who will be able to pick up my concern. I'm seeing a lot of countries in Southern Africa, Africa in particular. I'm seeing a lot of countries, they have taken up what they are calling simple robotics, and it has been included in schools. Simple robotics, this is where we design simple circuits, and those simple circuits we're training learners, maybe grades 7 years old and above. They begin to implement these simple robotics. For example, you can create a sensor, a parking sensor. When an object parks in a certain point, it's able to sense that there's an object, maybe a light or a buzzer will go on. I'm just giving an idea. Then we also have some of the sensors that we can use maybe to detect moisture. Now, there are a lot of concepts from this aspect that we can start inculcating into kids in the Ministry of Education so that it becomes a robust approach that can be integrated severely in the Ministry of Education. I don't see this happening currently in the Ministry of Education, and they are hesitant. I don't hear anything about this. So my concern was this concept that I'm talking about. It also includes IoT. You know, from IoT devices, you can turn on these lights, or you can turn off your fridge at home, or you can turn off your TV at home if you forgot, or anything like that. This is IoT devices. So these are circuits that you can buy online, and with us, a few of us who have ideas, and I know that UNAM here at the Rado campus, they are teaching engineers there. So why can't we really broaden this aspect of IoT? Because this, to me, is if a chance is given to us who are interested, we can work with those guys who are good, and then we can start rolling up this concept, and our children can become computer programmers, and then electronic specialists and engineers at a tender age. That is my concern. I don't know if we have a Ministry of Education specialist here who will pick up this. But this is what I can do if I was given the opportunity with other guys.
Thank you so much for that contribution, sir. I think he deserves a round of applause for that. And truly what you're saying is quite significant, especially with the new technologies that are coming through. And I think you are maybe referring to Arduino kits. Yeah, so there are organizations that I know of who also, push this type of ideas, for example. But the lady there is a qualified teacher. One of the reasons that we did such an event was also to encourage collaboration and conversation around these types of technologies, and we see what can come out of that. Thank you so much for that. So at this juncture, I think we have consumed a lot of knowledge. Let us now also consume something for the stomach. So the time now is 10:28. I will give you 10 minutes. We have prepared a little something for you there. So we will come back at, let me say, 11:10. Too short. Too long. Okay. Oh, sorry, my watch is in a different time zone. Okay, 10:40. Yeah, okay, 10:40. Please enjoy. And also talk to someone. Talk about the ideas that were shared here. Enjoy.
I've seen so much.
All right, thank you so much. I hope everyone grabbed a little something to eat. So we'd like to go back to our program now, but before we call up our next speaker, I would just like to invite Madam CEO to the stage so that she can hand over a few gifts to our esteemed invited guests. So, Madam CEO, please join me on stage. All right. Okay, first, I would like to invite Honorable Ngololo to the stage. We have prepared a little something for you, just as a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. And then now I would also like to call to the stage Dr. Nehemia. Thank you so much. All right. So, digital transformation is not about using every tool. It is about using the right technology to solve real business challenges. Our next speaker supports enterprises to access markets, compete globally, and build valuable business connections. Please welcome Mr. Gerald Dreyer, Consultant MSME, Market Access and Export Promotion at NIPDB, presenting on MSME development in the digital age. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Did you guys hear how he said NIPDB? You can say NIPDB as well if you want. Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be here this morning with you all. My name is Gerald Dreyer. I work at the Namibia Investment Promotion and Development Board, also known as the NIPDB. And I was just saying earlier, I really like the content, but also the quality of this event. And I'm so happy that CRAN is, championing this MSME mandate in some ways as well. But particularly around the digital economy, because there's real synergies there. So yeah, I'm a consultant for MSME market access and export promotion. So what that really means is I support SMEs and companies to access local market, whether it's a retail shelf, but also to export. And how I do that is really helping you identify a target market, whether it's regionally or internationally, finding all of the relevant information from a market intelligence perspective, and really practically addressing what that looks like. Moving on to then choosing the right digital strategy for your business. Just because everyone else is doing it doesn't mean it fits for your business. So finding that suitable strategy and also suitable platforms for your business growth. And then finally, what are the digital risks? And as much as there are opportunities in digitalization and digital economy, what are the risks and how can you be prepared for that? Next slide, or next two slides. So the 4 layers of digital business is, as mentioned earlier, the digital infrastructure, right? And maybe to start with, it's not necessarily defined by how many platforms and how many subscriptions you have, being on all 4 main social media platforms. For some businesses, a LinkedIn suffices. Whereas for others, maybe on Instagram, your audience is more inclined on Instagram or TikTok. And I would really strongly like to encourage, not being all over the place in our marketing specifically, but also as we're using these digital platforms. And what digital infrastructure really speaks about is the actual infrastructure, right? The infrastructure that you operate on. So this speaks to, firstly, internet connectivity. So of course, having access to the internet, which the digital economy is essentially run on. it also then speaks to the payment platforms, right? Whether you're using EFTs to do payments, whether you're using mobile money, whatever that is, right? That's really the core infrastructure that you're using for your business. As we speak to digital tools and platforms, again, a big part of it is the social media that you're using for your business, but there's also just marketing, digital marketing in itself. Right? So this is where you're not necessarily using social media to do marketing, but perhaps you're using, whether it's radio, whether it's, online platforms where you're doing podcasts. There's so many different ways that you can leverage the digital economy for the growth of your business, and being aware of that is so important. Then we also speak about data. Data is king, and especially in today's world where AI, artificial intelligence, is becoming more and more important. It's basically used on user data to build these models. So everything that you search on ChatGPT or any of the platforms is essentially captured, and they're using that data to build their own systems. And that's why you get really good customized answers for whatever query you have. But I think also when I speak on digital skills and digital literacy, it's also knowing how to use the AI in a way that you're not giving your information away. For example, I'm Taimi Shivute from Tuna Foods. I'm speaking at this event on ABC. Give me some speaking points. Because now that data is saved as it is. So also just being sure of how you can keep yourself safe online so that you're keeping your own data, but also your customer data safe. But when I'm speaking about the opportunities in data, you, for example, as an SME, you know your customer. You know what they order mostly. I know exactly what kind of spices Taimi orders every month from me. I know how much of it she orders. But I also know what customers don't like, right? So all of that data can be used to improve your operations and your business. And I think sometimes we kind of shy away from constructive feedback, from negative criticism. We delete social media comments, respond to them in time, or we kind of hush them away. We take a contract that we probably won't be able to fulfill, but then, let's say it's a wedding, right? I recently read an online post about a wedding organizer who basically had 2 weddings on the same day in different towns. They didn't know about this. He basically dropped the ball on the one wedding. So you can just imagine how sensitive that is, but also how disappointing that is. And they made a whole post on social media because essentially this wedding organizer wasn't responding to he wasn't responding to the questions and them wanting their refunds, right? So again, the data, one, you can use it in a positive way for growing your business and helping you improve your service offering. But then 2, also using the criticism to create, to basically improve, right? And then finally, digital skills and culture. 1, digital literacy is important in the sense of understanding what are the tools and platforms available in the digital economy. Do I understand how to use them and leverage them optimally? And also, how do I implement it in my business? So digital literacy is a big one. Understanding how do I actually use TikTok optimally to get return on investment? How do I reach my customers in the most perfect way on whatever platform I'm using? Because I think the challenge is a lot of us use different platforms, but we don't use them optimally. Microsoft Excel, classic example. For bookkeeping, for stock taking, for your customer records. Google Forms, you can use Google Forms for your customers to place orders. They don't have to text you on WhatsApp and you have a back and forth for 10 minutes. There's so many different tools that you can use free of charge, but some are also paid for. And I think being willing to make an investment in some subscription-based services is also important. And I think when it comes to culture, culture speaks about your entire business and everyone in the business having that mindset of adaptability, 1, but also being willing to experiment. Because the digitalization is moving so fast, and I have a software engineering background. In most cases, innovation is illegal, only because the legislation and the regulations around it is slow to keep up. Digital payments is one, right? MTC, our colleagues, just getting approvals on the PAPS, which is the Pan-African Payment System. Those are massive regulatory hurdles that SMEs and companies alike are struggling with. In my work, in terms of market access and export promotion, one question that the SMEs have, or even companies, how do I pay? How do I get my money in the country, right? It's as easy as us being a signatory to a Pan-African payment system. But I'm not going to make it political because that is not my role here. But I'm just saying that there's so much benefit in also you being adaptable. And I think doing business as usual is not the way to go anymore. Next 2 slides, please. And then the topic around digital is more than just social media. What do I mean by this? I think sometimes we believe that just promoting your business on social media, and sometimes you might not even get likes, comments, or any engagement on the post, but you keep posting. And then there are those famous AI flyers. Yo. You remember when the graphic designers were scared? We were going to AI is going to steal their business. It will not. It will not. You can actually use Canva instead of those AI flyers. Like, I'm a graphic designer on Canva. So there are 5 key ways that you can use digital broadly in your business to grow your business, but also to essentially, to retain that customer satisfaction. So I'm going to break it up into attract, engage, sell, learn, and retain. Attract is the classic promotion part. How are you using digital tools to promote your business? Social media, newsletter, having a product catalog. If you don't have a catalog and you're coming to me, it's very difficult because your catalog is your business card. And getting a properly designed business catalog goes a long way. When I'm speaking to my counterpart in Zambia, whether it's ShopRite or Pick n Pay, and Taimi knows, we were just in Zambia 2 weeks ago, having a quality business catalog speaks for itself. Your product, your vision, your mission, but even your pricing list. It speaks volumes, before they even go to your social media. And this is something that I stress so much, even just in terms of being ready to access market. Those are the key things that you should have, in place. The second part is engage. Once you've attracted the customer, how do you engage them to make the sale, right? So the engage part is how can the customer approach you? Is it your WhatsApp business? Is it your email? Is it your website? Whatever tool you're using to communicate between yourself and your customer. And a big part of engage is also having a catalog, right? This thing of DM me for prices, I'm not buying that product. I am not buying that product. Because imagine me going into Pick n Pay and I'm like, what's the price of this? And they tell me DM me for price. It's probably going to be a price that I don't like, right? So again, I think it's also a cultural thing that we need to move away from and stop thinking, in the way that we have been. Make it as easy as possible for the customer, where you can essentially the information should be at their fingertips. That's what I'm saying. When we're talking about sell, so once you've engaged them, now you need to make the sale, which is the conversion, right? What digital platforms are you using for the sales? Do you have automated invoices, or do you have an invoicing system? Or are you still doing invoices manually? In terms of even just the payments, how can they do a payment to you? Isn't it e-wallet? Are you a cash-based business? Can they do an EFT? What are those systems? And also, is it accessible to your specific target market, right? If I go to the open market, what system are they using? Probably cash-based, right? So speaking to that. But there are African countries where even the informal markets are using mobile money, right? How far or close are we to that? And that's a conversation also for the telcos and CRAN as well. And then the sell part also speaks around how do I get the product to the customer as efficiently as possible? Do you have an order tracking system? Whatever that looks like. And it speaks to even just keeping communication with your customer. We are here today, the order will be dispatched tomorrow. I'm sending it via NAMPost, here's your Weibo number. Having systems for everything is so important, and that's really what differentiates you from the next SME. It's really about the service that I receive, to be honest with you. And then learning, and this is where I'm speaking about data again. Use the information at your disposal to improve your business. And this speaks to the positive feedback you're getting from your customers. This speaks to maybe the complexities or the challenges they may have. If there's something your customers don't understand about your business and you see that it's a recurring question, create a frequently asked questions section on your website or even on your social media platforms, because that answers all of the questions in one. The challenge I think we have also with SMEs is I generally don't understand what you are selling. Do you understand? And as much as you might understand what you're selling, I don't understand it. And I think it's the same for large corporates. Sometimes I don't know all of the service offerings that you have. right? So getting that information out there as easy as possible is also, the onus rests on you. And then finally, when it comes to learning, is turning your data into a tool. So if I know that Taimi is gonna order 10,000 kg worth of spices every month, am I gonna wait for her to come every month to place an order, pack the order, and then go through the whole process of dispatching? Or am I gonna reach out to Taimi a week before I know she's gonna come to me and then be like, hey Taimi, how are you? I've noticed the trend in your ordering. You know, are we gonna be doing the same this month? How can I assist? That way you have a week kind of leeway to prepare Taimi's order and even dispatch it to her earlier. But it also speaks to Taimi being a loyal customer, because if I know that for the past 2 years she's been ordering X amount every month, why am I not creating a loyalty program for her? Why am I not creating a subscription service for Taimi? Because this is clearly a core customer and very good for my bottom line. So how am I making her feel special, essentially? And even just targeted campaigns. Sometimes we're just marketing to everyone. And that's not how you do it, right? You have different market segments. The way you are promoting what is it called? What is it called? What is the Wi-Fi? The fiber, right? Fiber is for a certain target market. There's also what is the non-fiber one? Spectra is for a certain customer. And then maybe I want a SIM card-based, monthly-based, prepaid service. Do you understand? So you also market differently to all of those customer segments, and creating content that speaks to them differently is key, but specifically using the information at hand to do that. And finally, it's in terms of retaining. So this is just, how do you keep that customer coming back? How do you use digital communications, whether it's a newsletter, or even if you have a WhatsApp business account, just using the channel component to just pump out information that's relevant to your customer, but also creates value for them. Because I think it has to be a mutually beneficial relationship. Next 2 slides, please. So NIPDB has these holding slides in between just for control. Choosing the right digital strategy, like I mentioned earlier, it begins with solving a problem. It's not a nice to have, right? So it's 3 key components. Digitize existing things that are not digitized. Are you doing invoices manually? Are you doing quotations manually? You know that little book? Digitize that. Your stock keeping, digitize it, even an Excel sheet. Because the problem is, my computer crashed 2 weeks ago, and I like to work on downloads in as much as I'm supposed to be digitally inclined. I work offline a lot. My computer crashed, lost a little bit of work, whereas I should have been working on the cloud. It's even just easy as working on Google Cloud. It saves you, and it's free, right? It has all of the functionalities of Microsoft Word, of Google Docs. Just use that. But then also level 2, improving the customer experience. And I think it also speaks to digitizing and digitalization. You make the customer experience easier by making it more efficient for them to work with you. I don't have to text back and forth just to find out the specific product I'm looking for. Do you have stock? How long does it take to order? How long will it take to deliver? How do you deliver? All of this should be available at the click of a button. And then finally, creating new digital value. So this is just what I was saying earlier about, loyalty programs, subscription-based, but also seeing how your digital technology or digital economy can essentially create value for your customer, because it's not just about you. Next 2 slides. And then this is really a practical toolkit. I'm not going to go through it, but it's really a practical toolkit for you in terms of the 4 main layers in your business that anyone can use to basically penetrate the digital economy in a budget-friendly way. And most of them are free, right? If you look at communication tools, are you using any of those templates? Marketing tools, do you have all of those in place? Finance tools, do you have all of this in place? Even if it's just invoicing, right? There are free templates on Canva. Bookkeeping software, there are also like budget-friendly ones. And I think it speaks to a bigger topic of access to finance. We work quite closely with the banks, and they say that they want to give SMEs loans, and some of you possibly would qualify for the loans, but you don't have the track record, you don't have the history, you don't have the administrative background for them to see that, okay, this person has been working this way. And this is where digital economy comes in, because if you have all your invoices properly, in order on Canva or wherever, it shows that, okay, they've, supplied this quotation, the customer placed an order, here's the appropriate, the invoice, here's the payment, a proof of payment, it shows, and it also shows your banking transaction history, right? Because this is the main thing they look at. Are you using your personal account as your business account? Or are you using your business account for personal expenses as well? And this is really where a lot of SMEs fall short, to be honest with you. So we also need to see how we are segregating kind of between your personal and your business, and digital economy is one way of doing that. And then finally, operation tools, using the cloud, Google Drive, Microsoft, the enterprise system, digital stock keeping, and even just task management. Like just having things on, I think the topic I'm driving home is systems processes, if that makes sense. And supplier records as well. And then, the last 2 slides, then I'm done. So essentially the last one I wanted to touch on is around the digital risks of the digital economy as well. So what I'm speaking about here is that in as much as the digital economy has opportunities, there are also risks. And I think you need to be aware of those risks so you can protect yourself, but also your customer. There's a lot of scamming going on. Some of us lost money from our bank accounts. We don't know how that happened. So there's a lot happening in the world. And it comes down to digital literacy, right? There are free cybersecurity trainings being hosted by some OMAs as well, in terms of how can you spot a phishing email, which is basically a scammer that's trying to get you to click on a malicious link or to open an attachment, and then the malware gets into your computer, and that's how they wipe your system or steal your data. So digital literacy is one, but then also the risks, right? How do you protect yourself in terms of not, in as much as I'm using these digital tools, how do I keep them safe? How do I have strong passwords? How do I use, two-factor authentication? But also, how are you storing customers' data? And who has access to customer data? If I'm a bank and I have people's financial records, not everyone in my department should have access to those records. It's relevant for the finance manager and possibly the person that's giving out the loan, but it's not important for operations or marketing to also have access to customer financial data, right? I think the biggest part of also data and privacy leaks is everyone having access to everything in your business. And that's another process. Ensuring that, there's clear delegation of responsibility, and there's also where your data privilege starts and ends, because if something happens, I can come to her and say, okay, but you're the only one that has access to this, what happened, right? And then reputation risks, I want to stress this again, dealing with online complaints. Colleagues, people talk in this country. So the fact that you're deleting a Facebook review or a comment doesn't help you in any way, because it's still going to get out there. The way you deal with it is you address that comment. But I think there's also a difference between a comment and feedback versus someone that's just trying to come for you. So being able to distinguish between the two, but I think it speaks to the quality of service delivery, because being able to deal with both positive and negative commentary is important, but it's a big risk for your business if you, Timey, does not want to hear any negative feedback. I'm telling you, the bottle came broken, or the quality wasn't as great, the product is maybe expired, but now Timey is deleting my comments. That word is still going to get out there, and people can do it online because Facebook and Twitter, X, they're free. But because you didn't deal with it and you didn't come back to me because I told you that you dropped the ball on my wedding, now it's online on Facebook. And now I'm not going to go to Timey next time, because what did they say about SMEs, right? They're always going to disappoint you. But it's these small things that really distinguish how the digital economy can create opportunities for your business, but also in a nutshell, how you can leverage the digital economy. So as a kind of takeaway, for me, it's really systems, processes. That's the main one I'm trying to drive home here. And then also making use of what works for your business, not for anyone else's. And then just finally, what I want to also highlight in terms of access to finance, shameless marketing, the NIPDB will be having information sessions and activations in the region. So today we are having activations at Oshana and Marula Mall around our SME fund. So this is really grant-based funding between 50,000 and 100,000 Namibian dollars for SMEs. And we're going to be having numerous calls throughout the next few months. So you can come find out about that. But we'll also be at the Ngwediva Trade Fair tomorrow at the Information Hall from 10 o'clock, where we'll be speaking about NIPDB services, but also specifically about the fund. So again, this is also a good way for you to see whether you are in compliance with the basics and to be able to benefit from opportunities. So that was me. Thank you so much. Lovely.
You understand the assignment, you. Thank you so much, Gerald. Another round of applause for him. I think that was a very, very interesting presentation. I was also happy to hear that us graphic designers are still safe. AI is not going to take our jobs. That's perfect. And the aspect, really, of systems and processes. There's this saying I heard one time that everyone is a big company on the internet. And really, if you put your systems and processes in place, you really take care of how you're marketing yourself. And then all that is left to do is just for you to do what you say. All right, great. So thank you so much for that, Gerald. I would please like to invite again Madam CEO here so she can hand over a gift to our speaker. Thank you so much, man. All right, let's move on. I really do hope that everyone is getting the value that we had actually planned to deliver at this event today. So, moving on to our next speaker. Building a business begins with a vision, but growing it requires resilience, consistency, and the ability to connect with customers. Our next speaker has built a proudly Namibian brand, proving that products produced locally can succeed on Namibian shelves and beyond. Please welcome Ms. Taimi Shivute, founder and chief executive officer of Tuno Foods, to share her entrepreneurial journey. Keep it going while she's making her way, guys. Thank you. Would you like to open your mouth, say what you want to see, call it forward with faith. I speak blessings, I speak life into my house, I speak joy into my days, I speak peace into everything around me. I speak blessings, no fear, no lack, no delay. What God promised is coming. I speak it until I see it rise. I speak it right now. Ooh.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a firm believer of God. That's why when they asked me to pick a song, I picked one that speaks to me and for me. I speak blessings over my life on all occasions. And it is such a beautiful blessing to be here today. When the call came in, I think about 2 or 3 months ago, for me to come and speak today, I was in awe. Me from Oshakati to address people on digital transformation. It's always a blessing to be invited to speak. And it also speaks a lot about the persistence and the perseverance I put into my business. Good morning, everybody. Let me stand on all protocols observed. Thank you, Cran, for inviting and trusting me to share my story with you this morning. My name is Taimi Shivute. I am the founder and CEO of Tuno Foods, a company based right here in Oshakati. And this is also where I was born, so. We make herbs, spices, and wellness products that are predominantly locally sourced, locally processed, and locally packaged. Our promise is a simple one: real spice for everyday cooking. Today, our products sit on more than 80 shops' shelves across Namibia. And we've also taken our first step into South Africa. But let me be honest with you, none of this began in a factory. It began at the back of my house with a health problem and a few small plants. A few years ago, I was diagnosed with gastritis, and it is the reason tuna foods exists today. It changed the way I had to eat and the way I had to cook. I began looking for cleaner and more natural ingredients, food without unnecessary preservatives and additives, and I could not always find what I needed, when I needed it, at a price I could afford, and definitely not from home. So I did the only thing my entrepreneurial spirit led me to. I started growing herbs at the back of my house, one small plant at a time. That was the problem I had identified, and it turned out I was not the only one with it. Many Namibian families want fresh, honest food, and they want it to be ours, not imported from far away. I also saw something bigger. Namibia grows wonderful things that we ship out and bring back repackaged. It becomes expensive for the everyday buyer. My first practical step was small. I processed and packaged what I grew and gave it a name, Tuna Foods. And I offered it to people around me, and from that first bottle, Tuna Foods was born in 2023. The key lesson I learned in this: you do not need to start big. You need to start with the real problem you understand personally. My health need became my business idea. What I was searching for as a customer became what I now offer as a founder. So how did a few plants at the back of my house reach more than 80 shops? The honest answer is that I equipped myself with digital tools, and my phone became my entire business. I am always on the go, but my business travels with me, in my pocket. Let me show you what it looks like in practice. Visibility for visibility. When you need a brand, when you're a new brand from the north, nobody knows you exist. Everybody knows businesses exist in the Commerce region, but not here. So what I did was I made social media my best friend. I signed up on all the platforms, joined random advertising businesses on WhatsApp, created WhatsApp broadcasts, and those who know me will tell you I sent out WhatsApp broadcasts. We share our product photos, cooking tips, recipes, behind-the-scene moments. One good photo of a spice bottle shared reaches more people in a single day than I could ever meet in person. Second, trust. Food is personal. People need to trust what they put in their bodies. Digital platforms let us show exactly who we are, where our herbs come from, how we make them, and the faces behind the brand. When a customer leaves a comment or a review, we answer and we act on it. That builds a kind of trust no advertisement can buy. That same feedback tells us which products people love and what to make next. Third, orders. This is something I'm very proud of. Every one of my social media pages leads to one place, my business WhatsApp. That is where customers reach me directly and place their orders. I do not keep the orders in my head. I sort every customer into a simple stage. Order received, in process, sent out and delivered. And since we have an office business WhatsApp, it's connected to all the computers in the office, and everybody in the office is able to see what orders have come in, and everybody responsible for acts on what they're supposed to act on when it comes in. So yes, one number can be connected to up to 5 devices. So at any moment from my phone, I know exactly where every single order stands. No paperwork, no confusion, no customer forgotten. Running a business from anywhere, it does not stop orders. I keep my accounts on Zoho Books, an online-based accounting software, which means I can create a quotation and invoice a statement from anywhere in the world. Like he said, I was in Zambia, in Botswana yes, I travel a lot with NIPDB. I was not here, but that did not stop my business from going forward. Everything that I needed to do, maybe an invoice I needed to do, I could do it from anywhere because of the software that I use. So I advise that everybody gets an online software that you're able to use on your phone, and also your employees are able to use at the office. But you must be able to keep track of it by giving rights to the right people. Whether I'm at a trade fair, visiting a farmer, or standing inside a shop, my office is with me. I am not tied to a desk. I am connected to my customers. Keeping documents on the office Google Drive to allow for easy processing of documents within the workplace also keeps for transparency. So I know the documents that are being written to my customers or the quotations that are saved by my employees at all times, because I am able to access it from wherever I am. Reaching beyond Namibia. Our website, www.tuno.com.na, is what connects us to the rest of the world. It is a shop that never closes, open to anyone, anywhere at any hour. Someone in another town or even another country can find us, see who we are, and reach us. A brand that once lived in one backyard now has an address the whole world can visit. Being retail ready. Getting onto a supermarket shelf is not only about a good product. It is about standards. Through GS1 Namibia, Retail Ready program, we adapted proper barcodes and product information, the digital language that modern retail runs on. That is what lets a small brand from Oshakati be scanned at a till in a national chain store. So here's the lesson I want to leave you with. I did not wait for a big office, a big team, or a big budget. I equipped myself with digital tools, and they multiplied what one person could do. Digital platforms help the business evolve from one person, SME business, to a multi-level SME business. It allows the business to continue while I'm away. Digital tools did not replace my product. They carried it, and they continue to carry me daily. I will not stand here and pretend like it has been easy. Let me be honest about the barriers, because some of you may be facing the very same ones. Finance. I think that's one everybody relates to, right? Growing a manufacturing business needs working capital, money to buy inputs and to fulfill larger orders. This is one of our biggest challenges. My approach has been to grow step by step, to reinvest, and to take part in grants, accelerator, and investor readiness programs, such as the African Women Entrepreneurs Cooperative, the SME Fund from NIPDB, and Empretech, which build both skills and access at the same time. Supply consistency. When you source from local farmers, supply is very uneven. Our answer was to build relationships and not just transactions. And I think this speaks to what Gerald was saying, where we taught our farmers to try and understand what we need when we need it, so they can prepare for it in advance. So before we ask, they are ready to give us what we need. We are starting a community project where women and youth grow herbs and supply spices to Tuno Foods. It will give them an income, and it will give us more reliable local supply as we grow. Skills and connectivity. In the North, both digital skills and internet access can be limited. The solution is to keep learning, to use the free tools first, and to never stop building your own knowledge and your teams. Competing with imports. This one is very serious. And meeting standards. Imported products are often cheaper and already trusted. We compete on freshness, on being proudly Namibian, on indigenous products they simply do not have, like our elumerinica, wild garlic, umbirikau, which is basil, and ikango pan salt that we get from Uvudia, and our moringa blends. And on meeting the same quality standards they go by. Being export ready. For a small business, the hardest border to cross is often the one that leads to the next country. This is where an institution like NIPDB the Namibian Investment Promotion Development Board becomes so important. Their support for businesses like ours is built around access markets, alongside access to finance, capacity building, and ideation, which is exactly what a growing brand needs to reach beyond its hometown. Through their market access platforms, the Namibian SMEs, they take Namibian SMEs to Pan-African trade fairs, connect local products with buyers across the continent, in line with the ACFTA, that one always gets to me, with the African Continental Free Trade Area. So a product made here can find shelves in another country, and because Namibia sits as a gateway to Southern African market, or more than to a Southern African market of more than 300 million people, with a congestion-free port of Walvis Bay, and road infrastructure ranked the best in Africa, a spice made in Oshakati can really travel to our neighbors. For me, that means the dream is not only national, it is also international. With this kind of support behind us, Tuno Foods can become a regional brand. And a word on safety online. As we sell and communicate digitally, we also protect our brand and our customers with careful passwords, verified pages, staying alert to scams. In the digital economy, your reputation and your customers' trust are assets worth protecting. To point to this, every barrier has a next step. You will not solve them all at once. You solve the one in front of you, and you keep moving. So let me speak directly to the young people, women entrepreneurs, and small businesses in the room. Start off with what you have. That is very important. Do not make delays. Just start. Solve a real problem, not a trendy one. A real one, ideally one you understand from your own life. Use digital tools and use them responsibly. I run much of my business from my phone, my social media pages, my WhatsApp orders, my invoicing on Zoho Books, my website, and my emails. The same phone in your pocket can be your shop, your marketing team, and your customer service desk. Tell your story online and let people find you, trust you, and buy from you. Collaborate and keep learning. Join the programs, build the partnerships that help your local product to reach bigger markets. None of us grows alone. Let us learn to collaborate, especially here in the North. We don't like to collaborate. We like to keep secrets. And don't forget, you can build nonsense in secret. Namibia's digital economy is not something that will happen to us. It's something we build, one honest business at a time. It's a spice brand that can grow. If a spice brand can grow from a backyard in Oshakati to shelves across the country, imagine what all of us in this room can build together. Thank you.
Did you say you can build nonsense in silence? Okay, that's a nice one. I'll be using that one. Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Shivute, for sharing such an inspiring story. Your journey reminds us that entrepreneurship is not only about starting a company, it is about recognizing opportunity, building trust in a product, listening to customers, and creating a brand that can stand confidently in the market. Your story also shows that local entrepreneurs using digital tools can tell their stories, promote their products, and engage customers. Local businesses can build markets far beyond our immediate communities. So at this juncture, I would like to open up for a few questions. Oh, okay. Yes, I almost forgot. We do have a small token for you also. We did not leave you out. Oh, okay. Okay, I just got direction here that we'll just keep it for now. Okay. Yes. So you don't go apparently. All right, I'll open up the floor for 3 questions. My colleagues are there with the roaming mics. Okay, I have a question over here. And then you are number 2. Can we have a number 3? Number 3 is here. All right. Oh, number 1 is here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gracias, and I am a marketing student, first year. But I have been involved in so many content-related stuff. So myself, I'm an emerging content creator. I have worked with a couple of brands, and my question was to the man that spoke up, the NIP.
We are all having problems with that.
Yes. He was talking about brand identity, which really made sense to me because I am not someone to say I have a business that I run on my own, but I've helped people build an audience for their business. So in a say of building a business identity, like he said, sometimes you just talk about yourself, but we don't really know what you sell. We don't know who you are and what you do. So I wanted to also conduct it in terms of MTC, which could also be linked to how in South Africa they have something called Emerging Content Creator Community, where I feel like we as content creators are not being seen as a business. To say I myself am a business, I consider myself that because I built my personal brand where I've helped individuals grow their business through my audience, meaning you don't always have to be a business owner and be the face of your business. You could always have someone in place of that helps you run sales and engagements in the digital space. So about that, it's just that most of the time we are really seen as small, because even right now, my recent deal was with Jeff Motors. I don't know if a lot of you know that, but I had an advertisement, but then I didn't make as much as people like Delish and Maria, because I am working through an agency, so they get more of the funds. I am just the face they use for the marketing. But then if you were in a bigger position as Maria Nepembe, you would say you are the one that gets the full funds because they are using you to run their adverts, they are using you to run their posts.
Okay. I think you are clear, but I didn't get your question nicely.
Yeah, I was getting to the question to just say, is there
Please, let's keep it concise.
Sorry, is there any special, or let me say, any place, especially with the MTC, whereby creators can be considered to be involved, because it's a gap between businesses and customers, where we can be involved to help them run their business?
Okay.
Yes, surely MTC, when it comes to youth empowerment, it's a sector that we are very engaged in. So I was trying to confirm with my daughter, because she's also into content creation. Last year, I'm just not so sure whether it's last year or it was this year, that MTC imported a lady, a very well-known content creator from South Africa. You remember? Yes, yeah. I don't know what it is. Sorry, I'm not into content creation, but my daughter is. So she even attended that. And that was, again, our investment in that aspect of content creation to teach and create awareness of the meaningful contribution, and as well as that session was about tips and how to and where to look at. And as well as where MTC is, we do make use of content creators, especially if we have products, we engage with them for any of our events. So just to be rest assured about content creation, we have a strategy and we are already engaged in that. So maybe after this, if you can just get in touch, and then I can give you the right people to speak to that can advise further on how we can go about that. But we are. I don't know whether I've answered your question. Okay.
Thank you so much. I also had a question there. Okay. Please, let's introduce yourself, your organization, and try to keep it concise, please.
All right, morning. My name is Leonard. I'm a software developer, and my question goes directly to Crane. First, I think a very good business is always started on solving problems. And I believe if you create a system and you look at the word system as an abbreviation, which will then stand for save yourself stress, energy, and money, then you solve bigger problem. But now, earlier this year, I started a product, an online platform for cross transfers for all government employees, from teachers, nurses, and all the staffs. But then you always encounter this question, is your business a scam? So for those of us who are in the digital space, we encounter that question a lot. So does Crane offer some sort of verification or something that we can put on our website and say, Crane verified? Or how do Crane support us for those that are in the digital space? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that question. So with Crane, our mandate is really to just enable the environment. In terms of the regulation, in terms of ensuring that we have the safe environment for entrepreneurs and for business to partake in this. But in terms of us having that verification, that is perhaps outside the scope of what we are mandated to do. However, with the USF and with the NAMCSAT and with the regulations that we have been entrusted to operate within, it's really to regulate one and foremost, and then beyond that is to enable. But in terms of how the safetiness or the framework in which if you are to be verified, that we don't have, and it's not also part of our strategy. However, the main aim is really to just ensure that you have a platform that is safe, because with the cybersecurity incident response team, that there are a lot of initiatives that ensure that there is resilience within the ecosystem, and we are then geared to ensure that with the sandbox initiative that we have again, that you are able to partake in this digital ecosystem. But in terms of that verification with the other regulators, that we do not provide. Thank you.
Okay, Madam CEO would also like to Oh, okay.
So again, just to extend, and this is now where partnerships comes into play, and perhaps how if it's really to, with regards to the question that you have phrased, the right entity and the right regulator would be BIPA, but not Crane. So for Crane, it's really to just work within the mandate that we are given, but if there is an extension and to make it seamless within the digital ecosystem, then again, there are those partnerships perhaps that we can have links, or that we have links on our website where you can just click on those partnerships that we have, and it can take you to the BIPA website for you to then have those verifications that you have or that you wanted. Thank you.
All right, so I'll take one more, the last question.
1 million, 2 million? Okay. Anton here again, Royal Main Investment. I just wanted to inquire, I appreciate the fact that we're having a digital transformation, but we need to consider the fact that the key role players in our economy are elders, right? So with the fact that these elders are not so educated, I mean, these are the people that still read WhatsApp status with their reading glasses from far. So how do we manage to close that gap? Because at the end of the day, us the youth, we do have initiatives, we do have the skills, we do have the ideas to bring about change in the community. But getting to the key players and convincing them that our ideas are actually, not impulsive, but productive, becomes a key challenge, because at the end of the day, you have to explain these things to the elders. So how do we bridge the gap between the key role players, which are the elders in the economy, with the youth that have a lot of initiatives?
I think it's clear.
Just one more, just to edit concise, just to make it concise quickly, I just wrote another one here. We are currently busy developing an escrow account. I called different banks, and none of the Namibian banks know what an escrow account is.
Okay.
So
is your question directed to any of the speakers here, or
anybody competent enough to understand what an escrow account is?
We don't have a representative from the bank, so we don't want to speak on their behalf.
Yes. And last but not least, sorry, I feel like I'm making this lengthy. Yes. So last but not least, we are busy establishing an entrepreneurship and investment forum here in the north. Considering the fact that the trade fair recently started, I'm pretty sure everybody's well aware of that. So we noticed that even the trade fair doesn't have enough space for the local exhibitors. That's why we started with the initiative of starting an entrepreneurship and investment forum.
I think where you are going into now is the pitching now that we had.
Okay.
So I'll have to cut you off. Okay. I think your contribution was quite clear. I don't have anyone from the bank to speak on the escrow. And maybe just a comment on to say that the elderly are the key stakeholders. I think everyone is a stakeholder, depending on exactly where you want to point your business to. And, as much as they are reading with their glasses on WhatsApp and whatnot, at the end of the day, even you also, you'll be in that position, and you will need someone, either your child or whoever, to lead you through that process. So it's also up to us to figure out if this is the challenge that you are having, or is the challenge that you have identified, then what, with your business sense or your business mindset, what platform, what service can you bring about to act on that challenge, if you get what I mean. All right. Thank you so much. All right. As we continue our conversation on entrepreneurship, it is important to recognize that digital transformation must include every sector, including agriculture. Agriculture and technology are increasingly connected through access to information, digital payments, online marketing, and new customer networks. Our next speaker champions women in agriculture and the vital role they play in supporting households, communities, and the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Helvi Shindume, founder of Women in Agriculture Namibia, to share her entrepreneurial journey and insights on building businesses in the digital age.
Good morning. Good morning. We just had breakfast. Good morning. Yes, thank you very much. Poroto, thank you very much for the opportunity. Before I greet all of you properly, I have to apologize. I came in a bit late, so I was not able to see and observe the leadership at our high table. But I believe our moderator, he has done a great job with observing the protocols. So please allow me to stand on the existing protocols. I am Helvi Shindume. First of all, I'm a farmer. And when I got the invitation, I looked at the topic they gave me and they said, Helvi, we want you to speak on digital, technological. And I said, Kren, first of all, you did not realize two things. Number one, I'm a farmer. You know, people like me, you only invite if you're talking about tomatoes, cabbages. But now you come and say digital and technology. And then secondly, they did not consider the region I'm from. I'm from Wangwana region. This innovation and digitalization, I will mix the L with the R's. But please, when I do that, please forgive me. Next slide, please. So a little bit about my background. I did say, I mentioned I'm a farmer, but in my well-known hat is the founder of the Women in Agriculture Organization. It's an initiative that I founded in 2019. It's no more a baby. We have about 260 women members across the region. And in my other hat, I stand on the communal land board, or Angwena Communal Land Board, where we have been appointed by our former Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Kale. I stand also as I coordinate a lot of activities within SADC. So with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, I coordinate that. I've also coordinated the African Union Kadab Youth Network. Bit of my qualifications, I am really an agriculturalist, did my bachelor's at NAST, Agricultural Science, my honors as well in agribusiness management, and I'm currently doing my master's. So that is just for you to understand who you are speaking to. And when I say that, I'm really good at the soil. So the presentation, next slide, please. So with the presentation, I am not going to speak much to you about how to digitalize and how technology works and how communication works. Rather, I'm going to give you an understanding. We'll speak a lot about land, about agriculture, about crops, and maybe a little bit, I'll try to give you an understanding of how do you then link agriculture with the digital world. Because we appreciate now that is the line we are headed to. So I will try a little bit to do that. So next slide, please. Thank you. What is the organization about, the Women in Agriculture organization? One, we do a lot of networking, so linking women farmers across the country, creating network opportunities and markets for them. So linking them within the local markets as well as international markets. Two, capacity building, training. We do a lot of trainings. From mushroom production, horticulture, livestock production. We cover a lot of that, of course, with our sponsors or organizations that we are dealing with. Our biggest main component is then gender mainstreaming. We really try to see within the country and all the other organizations that are within Namibia, how do we ensure that our women and young people are incorporated within those projects and those activities. Also really building on into policies. We've done our recent research. We were looking at, if you look at the communal area of the country, mostly in the northern areas, who owns much of the land? So we're trying to understand between women and men, who owns a lot of communal land? And then we, of course, first we thought, men own a lot of land. Men are the ones that own land. To our surprise, it's actually women that own the land in communal areas. The only difference is that men own a large parcel size in terms of the size, and women own a smaller size. And in most cases, it's either because the woman is widowed or because the woman has inherited from their family. And these are really some of the challenges that the women are also facing. I'll tell you a personal story. A few years back, I was a bit younger. Now I'm young old. But I was way younger, and I was looking for a piece of land at the time. So I went to our village headman and I said, "Oh, Tatekur, kongo pongo katunu kangopo. I'm looking for a small parcel of land." The first question, this man didn't even ask me what am I going to use the land for. He asked me, "Where is my husband?" And I'm like, what does the husband have to do now with the land? It's like, why are you a woman and looking for land? You know, so these are some of the patriarchal systems that our people still live into. But now, if someone is asking you, where's your husband? Because I'm looking for a land to build myself. And then you still go ask ourselves, why do men die fast? I'll kill you so I can. But I'm just joking. But these are some of the things that within the organization, we really understand the patriarchal norms that are still existing within us, and then we just try to see how we can change that. The last one is really coordinating projects, and I can just show you in the next slide. We have a few pictures there of how WIAN is broadcast within the country. We are within the 12 regions. We have different representatives there. And some of the projects we do, if you look on the top right, there is a project we did, is our annual farm tours that was within the Hardab region. The second slide next to it is one of our programs. This is a vaccination program. No, not this. Go back to the next picture, not slide, sorry. On top there is one of our vaccination programs. We're doing that in the Maheke region with the governor of the region, sponsored by AGRA. It was at the time when the lumpy skin disease really broke out. So those are some of the projects that we do within the organization. And then the other one is really just capacity training, capacity development, where we take women to farm expos. We also really work a great deal with contributing to the school-based garden, the feeding program that the government does. So on your right down corner, you see it's a garden we initiated or we sponsored in Nana for a school garden, and then a lot of community gardens as well. And then the other ones are really just some of our Women Annual Farmers Award. So we do go out in our communities and look at who are the women that are doing really some of the great work when it comes to the agricultural sector. We can move on to the next slide. So what are some of the gaps, and why does the organization then exist? What was the need? Why did we have to establish the organization? One, land and collateral, especially for communal farmers, and this is just general. In most cases, if you want to buy a farm, for example, or you want to buy whatever it is, the bank asks you for collateral, but some of us, we just have our communal house, and you cannot use that to go with it to the bank and present that as collateral. But if you go up south, a farm, a proper commercial farm, you can use it as collateral to buy whatever it is. So really, these are some of the gaps that we want to look at. And if there are any of the officials that, if you work in the top level industries, these are really some of the things we want you to be aware of so that you can make the initial changes. And this is our plea. The second challenge is water and irrigation. I think you can all agree with me that one of the biggest challenges we have in Namibia is water. If we look at the northern part, for example, most of our water is underground water, boreholes. I always like to initiate and speak on initiative. You see the area of the Etunda, the canal, that was a great initiative, but it did not reach all the way to the other region. Sorry, I'm advocating for my region a lot, but it is where I'm from. We want development there. But an idea is really, we want the same initial idea of the canal, very connected to our Kavango River. And then it connects to the Tunda Canal, and then we have water for our farmers all around. And in Namibia, we can really produce hugely just from the northern part alone. So really, these are some of the things that we can do, or at least our officials, governments can do. The last one is access to finance. I want to appreciate, and you can all agree with me, that as a country and our government, we've done a great deal with ensuring that our farmers, our people, they have access to finance. We have AgriBank, the ministry, agriculture ministry, subsidize a lot when it comes to agricultural equipment. If you are a goat farmer, you can literally go to the government's office and then they give you 2 goats. I think they have a subsidy like that. Or if you want to put up your small garden, they pay 60%, if I'm not mistaken, just for your products, and then you pay for the other. So I want to really put that appreciation. The second challenge, or at least the fourth challenge, is connectivity and digital skills. I did see in the program that we had, and we have an official from MTC, I'm not sure if they're still here, but please, some of my previous speakers spoke a great deal about having your shop and online. Your shop can be an online shop. But when it comes to farmers and in the agricultural sector, it is a challenge because our farmers are in the rural areas. There's no network there. Please, NBC, it is our, you see now, those jump from Wangwena region. It's not NBC, MTC. Connectivity, bring it to our rural people. I love the concept of, there was a lady who spoke about being a content creator. And myself, I appreciate TikTok and the newer generation because you post anything you post, a simple thing on TikTok, it goes, a lot of people see it. But if I'm a farmer that's deep in the rural areas, I cannot do that. And an idea, the lady who says she's a content creator, because I like to keep spreading the word within your sectors. How can we incorporate you within our agricultural value chain? You see, most of the time, the concept that I like is wedding content creators. The content creators come and they create content on the weddings. Why don't you go out and create content for our farmers? You go in the field as an individual content creator. It's an idea that our young people appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, you see, it's because it's what our younger generation wants. So it's really just some of the ideas to see how. But that is only possible if we have proper network coverage around or across the entire Namibia. The other challenge is really market access and transport. I think that speaks for itself. We need to have proper roads. It does not matter if we are producing in the farms, but there's no access to our farms. Our markets and our clients can really not get to us. So we want to see how we can really put up that gap as well. The last one, especially with women, it's under representation of within the policies. So next slide, I'll speak about the underrepresentation in the next slide. If you look at that graph, it's one of the research that we've also done within the organization. And I said we do like to do a lot of research because then that helps us to identify and bring onto our policies. If you look at an unpaid family worker within the agricultural system, if you are a farmer here right now, you will know that I'm speaking the truth when I say you will have a farm worker who is a male, you will employ them, you will pay them, but then you also say, oh, let the farm worker come with the wife. No kima kayango. But are you paying that thing of his? You're not paying. And this is where you find that gap. So you find that 47.8% of male are paid, farm workers are paid. But then you only have 19.2% of females that are not paid. Because when that male goes out to the field and works and heads the animals, this lady will be the ones to look after the garden, the spinach that you put there, but they're not being paid. They're simply accompanying their husband, their spouse. Thank you. So this is really where we want to tap into as an organization, ensure that such of disparities are not so far apart. If you look at private employee, those that own their own farms privately, for female you have about 12%, for male is 39%. So we have a lot of men farming commercially, but really having a woman who stands and says, I'm a farmer, I have my own farm, I have my own tractors. It's a huge challenge. Government employees as well, for women, we have 7.3% of women employed within the agricultural government sector, and then at least 14% of that. Own account worker, it's about 31% for women, and for men is 24%. So really, this is where you see, and it might seem like it's simple statistics, that it's general, but these are the people that contribute the entire agricultural value chain. So we need to appreciate them and ensure that those gaps are at least erased. And we can move on to the next slide. Okay, what are Namibians already doing? And I think this is where, when Kren invited me, I think I can really emphasize on this, and this is where I appreciate. What are some of those technological, digital initiatives, startups that Namibians are shining at? And these are just some of them that I took from the internet, some I follow personally. If you are the owner of some of this, you should know that we are really, within the sector, you are proud of us. We are proud of you, sorry. One is the Food Link. This is an app that links Namibian farmers, producers to other markets, which is a really great initiative. You have Sigmotech. I love this one because it's a tech company. It uses GPS and tags for a farmer to be able to just look and locate their livestock in the field without initially going in the field. We have Orivia Gardens. This is an example of some of the startup organizations, companies that we're doing within the agricultural sector. And there's a like of Miss Taimi. I really appreciate you. You're doing great work, ma'am. You know, we are looking up to you, and we want to see many of these kind of initiatives. And then most of the others is incubators and partners. We have the Base Camp Business Incubator Programs, the GIZ Startup Company. I think this is even where I met Gerald the first time. Yeah, we were doing a agribusiness boot camp where we took a few group of women farmers, and then we were training them on hydroponics at the time, and then they pitched to us the very digital technological startups, and then of course Gerald them sponsored that particular winner after they've pitched. Okay, I think I put a few pictures that we can also appreciate. We have the agrology company. They use drones. These are Namibian companies, and we need to appreciate them. They use drones for farmers. As a farmer, you buy your drone, you take it in the field, while you are sleeping and watching Netflix and chilling, you are able to count your animals and say, okay, that one, this is my Brahman, this is the one, just on your cell phone. And it's really great stuff. It shows that as Namibians, we are also really on the front line. The others are like the Savannah Agritech, really appreciate it. The Soilo Portable, this is with Agri Optimistic. That is our new baby within the organization. It is a soil tester that we've got some, we ordered them, of course, and we're bringing them to Namibia, where just with the tester, the soil tester, it's a tool. You just put it in the soil, and then it can be able to tell you your soil moisture, what nutrients do you need, what can you grow there. So it's really good. You don't have to go to the lab anymore. So please, after this, farmer, talk to me nicely. I do have connections there. The other one I really like to appreciate, I met this company just last week at the Unam Jets. It's oyster mushroom production. I was really impressed by what they are doing. It's really great job. There was a lady who greeted me there, and she says, I recognize you. You were last week with us at the engineering campus. And when we were there were some of the students that pitched to us. He pitched to us his idea of using as a laser machine to kill weeds and instead of using pesticides. So instead of weeding, he uses a machine that just identifies this is a weed and then it cuts that. Do you know how big we can grow with that and move away from our pesticides and even importing a lot of those herbicides, which are not healthy as well? So it will really help us work on organic farming as the nation itself. And we can move on to the next slide. So I'm a business person, of course, and sometimes I do appreciate, I think my Tammy was saying, the problem with us, we don't like sharing. Me, I'm not part of that squad. Me, I'll tell you, I'll plug you. Yes, I'll plug you. So I'm here to plug you today. And also our business people, I see the likes of Tate Kambwa, our entrepreneurs. This one, you have to listen very well. Because it's opportunities of what other countries are doing, the businesses that are doing, and that are working in those countries, and we really want someone to follow suit in Namibia as well. One is Kenya. This is it's called Tigwa Food Links, which is a mobile app. It links the farmers, you buy your product, you pay for your product, and you get your product delivered online. It's almost like a Shein, it's Shein, right? Yeah, it's almost like a Shein thing but now you're ordering food, not clothes anymore. So you want something like that. Our people that are studying IT, ICT, great initiatives. In Nigeria, we have the Hello Tractor. If you are a farmer, you are aware that the government, our Ministry of Agriculture, I think it lends out tractors at the time of cultivating season. But now you can have your privately owned one. You buy the tractors, you bring them to Namibia, you rent them out. It's a challenge that the farmers are having. If the ministry has one tractor in the entire village, imagine how long the line would be and everyone has to wait for that. So you buy the tractors, you bring them, you rent it out to the farmers. You make good money. Ethiopia, this is the free 8028 farmer hotline, which delivers advice. You're a consultancy company. The farmers just call you. And nowadays, we even have the app. You take a picture of the plant, it shows you nitrogen, phosphate is missing. Why is the plant dying? I think because I'm an agriculturalist, one of the things, someone will call you 2 a.m. in the night, and they tell you, Helvi, my plant is dying. How? And then, yeah, what can I do? Put water, maybe, I don't know. But now we want initiatives where a person has their own app, they take a picture, the app is able to tell you what is wrong with the plant, or even the animal. You give advice to the farmers. Other countries are doing it. Why can Namibia not do it? Ghana and Kenya, mobile money linked schemes. This one, we have a challenge with insurance within the agricultural sectors. A lot of farmers don't insure their animals. But do you know that if you're a farmer, automatically from the get-go, you are a millionaire? Because you look at the tractors, you look at the animals that you have, but none of them are insured. But you with your Golf 2, Golf R, already insured everything, So we want the same. Put up a scheme, you loan, you insure the farmers' products for them, and then you get your commission from that. So it's really just some of the idea. We can move on to the next slide, and this brings me to my last point. Really to just say agriculture is not the fallback. It is really the frontier for innovation and for enterprise, as well as leadership. So you can really identify yourself. What are your interests? Which sector are you in? And how do you fill it in within the entire agricultural value chain? So, ladies and gentlemen, with these very long words, I want to appreciate all of you, and also take the opportunity to appreciate CRED, because initiatives like this are the ones that really allow us to put out the word of what is needed in the agricultural sector and how can we improve there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shindume. I really like that the speakers are not just here just speaking about their journeys and whatnot, but they're actually sharing insights. They're actually sharing ideas that we can already act upon as soon as we leave here. And the best thing about it is that we are already, creating those connections with each other, so that if we cannot finish our discussion here, let us meet online somewhere else again. Right. So in business, customers remember whether you delivered what you promised, whether you met the standards, and whether they can trust you to do it again. Our next speaker's business philosophy is captured in 4 simple words. We do what we say. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. David Shyama David, founder of Kambwa Trading CC, to share his entrepreneurial journey. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. We do what we say. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I have to say thank you very much to Crane to invite me to come and a guest of speaker here today, so that we can share the idea and inspiration to give to the young people. You see, when we are in Namibia, we need to share, we need to know where we are coming from, where we are going. Now, Crane, I can see digital, as we are here today because of digital. Crane, they are controlling the system so that they know that there are some of the people who are really making difference to the nation. That's why they have to reach David Shyama. David, Kambwa Trading, please come and tell us your stories. How did you start? How did you make the business successful and still ongoing? I'm just going to share a little bit of my journey. My name is David Shyama David, a founder of Kambwa Trading. I'm a product of Vocational Training Center. You see, many people, they say, what are really Vocational Training Center do? They can make difference. As we speak here I am. Me, myself, that's why I didn't even delegate some of my marketing people to come and say something. I have to come myself so that you can see it's really me, the product of Vocational Training Center, that is speaking himself, that is making difference of the life of the people of Namibia. Where success really began, when I took back my journey, I realized that success does not always begin in boardroom with a big office or with a long list of qualifications. Sometimes it's begin with a determination and courage to start with what you have. Doesn't mean that we must not go to university. We have to. Only that it's a partial, part-time of that. Some of us, we must go really look at some vocational training center. Some of us, we must go to university, master, so that we learn what we can learn, as we can provide, as we can do, we can create something that can make different in Namibia. But we need also, like I'm not going to do it correctly with Crane because I'm not well educated with a degree. I'm just a creator. I'm just thinking what really Namibian need. This is what I mean when I say it doesn't mean that you need a big office, you need big qualification. Anything that you can innovate, it can make a difference to the people. From foundation, it was through the foundation that I developed the confidence to pursue entrepreneurship. I started my business, Kamba Trading, supplying building material, and latest expanded to construction and road constructions. That means in the world of today, we need to diversify. You cannot look at only one business. As you can see, maybe if you see Kamba Trading, maybe you see Jekyll Traders. It's not like that. Look at our also populations. Those one who learn from university. We said we are only 3 million people, like my sister who's producing the agricultural services, and my sister who's producing the spice. We need to have those consumers. We need to have who is going to consume those things. Now, as business people who are thinking from the bottom of our head, we are looking at that. Supported by those one who are like my sister, you have a degree in agricultural. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we needed to know, that as me, Kamba Trading, I didn't know how to plant the tomatoes, but I can have land, I can have money, but I cannot control the pest, I cannot control the timing and all those things. This is what we say, us from vocational training centers, we are creating a platform where we can create anything that can be supported to those one who are at university. So digital transformations is giving the information. Who are those one? It's us. And then digital transformation is giving the information, is a transporter to the information to those one who have degrees that I can see you are doing this, I can come in and helping you. You see, at the end of the day, we need software in our businesses today. Before, when I started my business, I only do it manually, books. I don't keep tracks. Now, nowadays, I have system in place that I can make quotations, that I can make tax invoice, that I can make everything. And then I can keep that control because of the system, because of MTCs helping us with the system, with a communication. Now, if you look at our business, Kamba Trading, we do what we say. We do what we say, what is like people when they mean we do what we say? If we say we deliver for you. If we build, we'll build for you. If we are going to give you a discount, we are going to give it to you. Now, digital transformation is coming in now to help our businesses. How? Because when the people maybe our customers and readers, whoever's buy in Windhoek, he don't need to travel all the way to Okahau, to Oshakati, to Omthia. Now we have a saving that, okay, I want to build my house because there's a wedding or there's something at home. You see that saving. You don't need to drive to put another 4,000 or 5,000 budget to transport all the way to come and buy your building material in the north. Digital, everything. We send you, we email you the quotation, you wire, you see we we send you the confirmation, everything is in order, and then we deliver, you tell us, MTC doing already well all over in the north, is connecting whom we have to contact so that we can deliver your cement. Everything is digital. Digital transformation, transport. We are in transport. My business, core business, also logistic, transport. Digital transformation means to transport all the information to every corner of Namibia, which I'm very happy with it. Thank you very much for that. We are very much appreciate. Crane is controlling the system. He makes sure that it's something that when we say, we do what we say, it's really, you find it on the social media, it's controlled by Crane, and then MTC is supporting it. Thank you very much for that. We do what we say. Now, to the young people, to start up a business is not a problem. Start with the smallest you have. You can really make it, like me. Simple David from Omsitu Wamarwa, Okahao. I start up a business. Don't give up. Now, nowadays, we have system digital. That is like, how many customers do you have? Your books, it's in software, everything you have, everything. That even the bank can look at your, what I mean, the bank can look at your system. How much money are you making per minute, per hour, per day, per month, per year? You don't need to struggle. Many young people, they said, no, but we don't have access to money. Why me, Kamba Trading? I don't have no problem, no access for money. Because all the bank, they are looking for me. What I do, I just give them what we are providing. Because we have things in the system that if I can make this money in 1 minute, and then I can make this money in 1 week, and then I can make this money in a month, then the bank already, they can see you don't need to talk a lot of stories. They can already see it for themselves. That's why I'm here today to share these informations, and then we are ready to share with all the entrepreneurship in Namibia so that we can have this country in our head. This economy must be in our head. That's why I totally disagree that the economy we cannot leave the economy, not in our hands. We have our young people. Some of them, I hear them, they were asking some questions that they have the ideas, but how can they start? Come and ask me, how can we do it together? We are a Namibian businessmen also to help others upcoming. We are not here to stay. The country must be in good hands of others. But us, we must transport that information, which is digital transformation information to others, so that Namibia can be in good hands. Lastly, what can I tell you again? Any questions? Anything? You are more than welcome. We do what we say. We deliver. When we are building a road, we are not just building a road. We are building to connect the whole nations. When we are saying Crane, it's regulating a communication, is to regulate the communication of the entire Namibia, making sure, MTC, making sure people are connected. When people are connected, we can build this Namibia. Namibia can build by us. When we have system like this, we are very much happy. MTC is doing well. You see now in my business, some of them, they are asking, how do you control? How do I control? I control with the cell phone. You see now, digital transformations. I have CCTV cameras that can put red also if somebody in my shelves in the shops, and then try maybe to put something in the pocket. It's already, you see, you just go there. You don't need to list the whole thing the whole day because you have 9 hours to check. You go where it's red, that people passing there. It's putting red. You go quickly that, oh, what you were doing. It's giving digital transformations. We are really much happy, and then it's really helping business. That's why I'm sitting in Okahao. I'm sitting here millions are coming just like this. When it's, I'm just sitting here. You see, Ongwediva trade fair, we see people are there. You see, we are marketing. Marketing is a powerful tool. When we are marketing it, we are marketing helped by MTC for us to have our marketing system in place. Radios, Oshiwambo radio, remember we are still developing countries. We are not developed yet. We are still have Okuyetu Natango. We go on Oshiwambo radio, we go on Oshiherero radio, we go on Damara radio, everywhere so that we make sure who we are, what we have, what we can sell, so that I don't need to say, oh, the economy, the economy. No, the economy, we created it because digital transformation, making life easier for the business. Everything is easy. No problem. We don't have problems. I'm just sitting there. I see some million is coming. This one is coming from Swakop Moon. This one is buying from Redress. This one is buying from Ochuarongo. And then because of digital transformations, it's really helping the business. For more information, you are more than welcome. Anytime, any day, we are here. We have to build Namibia. We do what we say.
If you are not inspired at this point now, then I don't know. I don't know. My wife's birthday is also coming up, and she's already asking about what she's getting. I just texted her now. We do what we say. She must relax. All right. So now we're going to move to our final question and answer session. And as we already established, introduce yourself, your organization, keep it short and concise. So I will take only 3 questions. So those people are, okay, here also, we'll take 1 here. Then we'll take you, because I saw you also had your hand up from the last session. So we'll take the 2 of you there, and then him here.
Okay, good morning. My name is Laurentia Saindaka. I'm the founder for Schools Information and Data System, SIPS, a Namibian developed digital education platform designed to connect schools and teachers, learners, and parents. So my question is around digital inclusion and affordability. So CRAN is doing really a good work when it comes to the USF with the likes of MTC and TN. So I'd just like to ask now perhaps to CRAN and maybe with the assistance of MTC as well, would CRAN be willing to explore zero tariffs when it comes to access to these educational platforms for our Namibian kids? So instead of just saying we project a screen which we know which will be very expensive, rather than a child just access that platform from the mother's phone, and then they can learn, they can prepare for exams or anything they want to do just on their mobile phones. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And just to give more emphasis in terms of the Universal Service Fund, which is catered to really connect the underserved, the areas that your ordinarily service providers would not want to set up there because it's not economically viable. So with this fund, it collects levies or money from the service providers with the aim of setting up REN sites or towers in those rural communities to ensure that there's connectivity. Now, in terms of the mandate of the Universal Service Fund, it's strictly limited for now in terms of the REN sites, right? Now, but that is connectivity. Now, when it comes to usage, in terms of how can the rural or the people in that remote areas make use of the tower that has been set up, right? Now, with that, CRAN is currently doing a study. It's to look at the possibility of whether we can perhaps exempt the tools that are used, your cell phones, the tools that are used for you to connect into the ecosystem, if there is a possibility to tax exempt those. But of course, we are still in the process of engaging the various key stakeholders, but we are looking in terms of how can we perhaps reduce the cost of the tools and not only look at setting up the connection, but how do we also increase the usage thereof. Yeah, I so submit.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria. I thank you, CRAN, for hosting this. I have 3 questions to Mr.
Three
Garrett.
questions.
Yes.
Ay.
Okay, let me just make one. I have one question to Mr. Garrett. For SMEs that are interested in e-commerce, what digital risk protections that NIPDB recommend before they go online?
Good morning. My name is David Ahuo, the founder of Dase Advertising under Mokabuhetu. My question goes to Mr. Kambwa Trading. Thank you for the encouragement. I just want to ask your humble beginnings. What advice can you give to entrepreneurs to really keep growing the business to the level where you are or even greater? Because sometimes we start businesses and at some point we fail. What advice can you give in that regard? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. So with regards to e-commerce businesses, it's quite a complex sector to penetrate, mainly because of the financial implications and also the risk associated with those types of businesses. So the Bank of Namibia as well as NAMFISA regulate the financial sector, of course, and of course they also regulate the types of businesses that operate in there. So the first step would be, and I'm so happy that CRAN also mentioned regulatory sandboxes. So especially for fintech businesses, because an e-commerce business is a fintech, where you're providing some sort of financial service to people. And because you are dealing with people's sensitive information, financial information, it's almost seen as a financial institution. And for this, you would need the approvals from the Bank of Namibia, but also from NAMFISA, to 1, operate as a financial services provider, but 2, also essentially declare you as a safe business to deal with people's data. So the Bank of Namibia recently launched the FinTech Youth Program, which is basically a regulatory sandbox. I think the application's closed now. But the idea was to invite businesses or fintech businesses to join the sandbox. And what a sandbox is, it's essentially a testing ground for your business. So in this program, the different stakeholders within the ecosystem essentially support you on, getting the relevant compliance, the licensing, but they also explain to you essentially how to navigate the ecosystem. And then there's also, of course, once you go through the sandbox, either you are approved or your business is essentially not eligible to operate in the market, but it only happens after you've gone through the sandbox. So that would be my first advice. You can also engage the Bank of Namibia. They have a division specifically on innovation, and that division is responsible for guiding fintech businesses. So yes, my advice to you is to engage the Bank of Namibia, specifically their Digital Innovation Hub. They will guide you on the process of, registering and becoming an accredited fintech in Namibia.
The second question was for Mr. Kambwa.
Thank you very much for the questions. You said how to keep the business. First, trust. Be honest and trust your customer. When you start up a business, whether it's very small, and then you keep your words, your business will grow. As we keep our words, our 4 words, we do what we say, what we mean. If we say we are deliver, we are going to deliver. Then the business will grow. If you cannot deliver, then your business cannot grow. That's why now we said CRANE is here to regulate, MTC is here to keep communications. Start up your business. Start with, you don't need to start with the expensive software that we are using, like from IQ, what. Start with TikTok, Facebook, status. Advertise your business, and then keep your promises to the customers. Then your business will grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't have a question. Maybe just to
don't really have premium, suppliers of good baking products or baking supplies. So that is one thing that we want to look into, and as well as catering services. And yes, we know that, or we are aware that there are a lot of people who are doing that, but the cake, we believe that the cake is big enough for all of us. So thank you.
Oh, is this your phone? Your phone? You say you are nervous until you get on stage. The business is just coming out. Okay, next up we have Kunene Mountain Gems.
Let's start. Good day, everyone. My name is Willem Anton Josie. I'm a final year NS6 student. Actually, I'm here to present Kunene Mountain Gemstone Propriety Limited Company, a proudly Namibian SME mining company focusing on discovering and extracting rare and semi-precious stones found within the magnificent mountain of Kunene region. I'm here to connect with men like Tete Kambwa. It's a business founded in the mountains by an old man. We got inspired to extract these raw gems, now sold out to Japanese company, taken away to Wavelsby, to China. Thank you very much.
Yo, business is here in Oshakati. Okay, next up we have Mokavetu. Mokavetu. Sorry.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is David Ahuo. I run multiple businesses from farming. I have a rice project in Omsata region. I also sell these flags for advertisement. Today here I'm going to talk about the advertisement agency that I have. It's called Dase Advertisement Agency, where you can put your advert for different companies. We advertise 24 hours to all the companies available. We make use of all social media platforms that are available. We can advertise for Canberra, we can advertise for CRAN, NIPDP are welcome for us to be advertising for you, MTC as well, you can come on board. So that's the problem that we're solving. And the idea of Omatara that we initiated, I'm also going to incorporate it. I'm going to create a platform where, with an app, where Omatara can be advertised. And with that, I thank you so much.
That is exactly what we want to hear. Ideas were shared here, and there's already someone who's ready to action them. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Green Tech Namibia.
Good day all. My name is Paulo Stides from Green Tech Namibia. I'm actually a technician for solar installation and geyser installation. I'm probably focusing to partner with any business that is having high cost on their electrical bill. So anyone is welcome to partner so we can reduce your cost. I thank you.
Short and sweet. The elevator didn't even leave, he's already done. Okay. So last but not least, we have Lennon Sons Esports Hub.
Yes, good afternoon. This is a punishment, man. Honestly, as an educator, this is something else. Yes, okay, my name is Namibia Johannes. I'm a founder and a director of Learning Sense Esports Hub. It is an organization where we are more focusing on learners. We know that learners, the ones that participate in physical, traditional sports are few to say. Yeah? And then the ones that stays in school without representing their schools and so forth, they do nothing. So we are here, or we initiated this organization in order to include these learners include these learners in sports committee and sports in schools, just for them to participate. Ne? We all know that none of you, or most of you, yes, not all of you participated in schools, isn't it? So digital sports, or let me say learning sport, is here to save learners that do not participate in physical traditional sports. Okay, we are looking for Mr. Ka.
I know you want more time, but it's an elevator pitch. And I think one reason that we also did this is also, as a business person, you need to know your business inside and out. You need to know who your customers are. When you only, some of these investors that you want to talk to do not have that much time to entertain all of the things that you want to say. So you have to get to the point as soon as possible. So I really want to thank all the brave entrepreneurs who are up here. It's not easy when the clock is running and you are sweating, but trust me, even the lady who was coming here, nervous. As soon as you started talking about your business, it was clear, it was concise. So thank you very much for that. I hope you also enjoyed it. So, we have a little treat. So when you guys signed in, we gave you each a number. Jennifer, you're going to help me here? Okay. Do you all have your numbers? That number, you are going to get a little something. E-wallet? No, my brother, you don't need e-wallet. Okay, just give the team a second quickly. Okay, so last year when we had the first edition of the Digital Transformation in Entrepreneurship Breakfast, the lady that you see here was one of our speakers. And I'm telling you, if you were there that day, what she spoke, especially to entrepreneurs, when she shared her journey and until where she finds herself today, I think it was very inspiring, it was very motivating, and for those of you who are going to be lucky today, you will get a copy of that book. Sorry, let me just get direction from my team. I can't hear you. Okay. Please raise your hands with your numbers. So, this book, sometimes you read a lot of books from international, authors, but the one thing I think I like about this one is because it is written by someone who is going through the same, business challenges and business issues that you also find yourself in. And she shares very good insights on how she overcame those challenges. And I think it's also good value for our local entrepreneurs as well to learn from people who are also, treading the same journey that you are treading. The likes of Tate Kambwa and his journey that he shared, and all of the speakers here who shared their insights. So I hope that you will also, get as much value from this book. And yeah, we hope to see your very many innovations that you are going to introduce. Yeah, so I know a lot of you also had a lot of questions, but we could, because of the time that we have on our program, we could not entertain everyone's question. But I encourage you, please, those people that you want to ask questions from, they are still here. And you heard it from the main table here. Any question you have, they are available. So please engage them. Please, build those connections. All right. So as we approach the conclusion of this enriching breakfast engagement, thank you so much. As we approach the conclusion of this enriching breakfast engagement, it is fitting that we reflect on the valuable lessons shared today. We have heard that digital transformation is about more than technology. It is about people, access, trust, skills, resilience, innovation, and opportunity. To deliver the vote of thanks, I am pleased to invite Mr. Mufaro Nesongano, Executive for Communication and Consumer Relations at CRAN. Mr. Nesongano, may you please take the floor. Please give him a round of applause.
I was walking up here, I was thinking to myself, I'm going to do an injustice when I do these thank you remarks. Because as Tatikangwa ended, we could have just ended it there. We could have just, because he did what he said he was going to come to. Then I thought maybe I could speak Oshivambo because we're in the north. But in the data bundles, MTC didn't do the things, they also ran out. But for me personally, it's always a pleasure coming to the north because in 1993, this is where my journey started. And coming back here always allows me to relive, what this place has been able to birth. And I was telling some of my team members to say, some of us have gotten our masters, our PhDs, but when it comes to running a business, as Tatikamba said, it's not always necessary for that. You need to be able to address a problem. And we overthink things. We've got ideas. Next year, I'm gonna start. Next year comes. But what I was able to gather, even though I'm part and parcel of CRAN, was to stop overthinking things. Just start. Wherever you are, however you can start, just start. So as we conclude this insightful and inspiring digital transformation and entrepreneurship breakfast, it truly gives me a great pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of CRAN. When our CEO initially conceptualized this, like many other ideas, she usually just either calls or sends a text. Now the challenge is now trying to put these things together with limited budgets. But I was so pleased when Gerald said the budget is budgeting, because what we must say, and it's not from a prideful place, is when we did this in Windhoek, we gave them 5-star treatment. When we came here to the north, we said we're going to do the same thing. And as we go to other towns, we're going to do exactly the same thing because we value you. You could have spent the last 3 to 4 hours somewhere else, but choosing to spend it here is the value that you placed in the knowledge that you gained. So we don't take that necessarily as a simple thing. We really appreciate you. Today has been a powerful demonstration of immense opportunities that exist in Namibia's evolving digital economy. Through the presentations and discussions, we have gained valuable perspectives on digital transformation, innovation, entrepreneurship, skills development, and the critical role that technology, and I must say technology, plays in fostering economic growth and creating sustainable livelihoods. Allow me to express our sincere appreciation to all our speakers for sharing their expertise and experiences. We are grateful to Ms. Emilia Kinkembo, our CEO, for setting the tone for the engagement. Ms. Lovisa Shilongo for highlighting our strategic vision as a digital enabler. And this is something that even at CREN, we've started seeing. We are asking ourselves, how can we move away from our paper-based work to enabling the things that we're asking the industry to do? We should do it at home. Equally, Dr. Monica Nehemiah, who I must now say is like a sister to me, because I remember seeing the advert when we introduced her as the current role she's at MTC, and I asked myself, a lady, CTO, huh? But you can appreciate and understand why she's in the role that she is. Thank you for shedding light on the role of digital platforms in unlocking entrepreneurial opportunities. My brother, Mr. Gerald Dreher, for his insights on MSME development in the digital age. That was a stunning presentation. And I think you really brought the message home. Because if there's anything about presentations and conferences, you do not want to walk out just inspired. You want to walk with an action item. You want to say, well, as I walk out of here, I can at least try one or two of these things. Ms. Tanya Shivute, I'll say Tadekambwe, not your official name, and Ms. Helvi Shidume, for sharing your inspiring journeys of resilience, innovation, and enterprise building. We really, really appreciated that. You brought the message to simply say, yes, we can create these events. We can have all these initiatives that we as a country are talking about. But if nobody grabs them and actually actualizes them, it's just good on paper, but it doesn't actually do anything. We're equally honored by the surprise visit by Honorable Dino Balotti, whose presence added great value and encouragement to this important engagement. Now to the most important individual in this room, yourselves. Thank you so much for your active participation, thought-provoking questions, enthusiastic participation, including the elevator pitch, which I was really surprised because if you give me 60 seconds to sell a business, I think I need about 2 hours. You showcase your creativity, entrepreneurial potential that exists within our communities. At CREN, we remain committed to fostering an enabling digital environment that supports innovation, promotes inclusion, creates opportunities for entrepreneurs and business to thrive. Let us leave here today inspired to embrace technology, pursue collaboration, contribute meaningfully to Namibia's digital future. Before I conclude, there's a book that I'm currently reading. It was written by our former Minister of Mines, Mr. Tom Alwendo. And there's something that he states in the book, which I just wanted to say. As organizations, we exist to solve a certain problem. But one thing that he mentions is, forget about all these people. Think about an individual and the work that you're doing. Does it address that individual's problem or not? Because we can have great visions, great missions. But if I cannot be connected in the deepest part of this country, it is just as good as a mission and a vision. And I think at CREN, that is why we exist, to ensure by the end of 2030, I can be at Fish River Canyon, in the canyon, and I can call you and say, here's my selfie. I finally made it. Please do travel safely to your destinations, and we equally invite you to have a bit of something with us as we continue networking. Thank you so much.
Okay. There are some gifts that were not given out, and I see you are looking at me like, where's my things? All right, so can we please have Madam CEO to hand over our small tokens of appreciation to our guest speakers. Oh, Ms. Taimi, please. Ms. Shidume.
I almost asked this guy before.
Don't worry, we have
Asked from
we do what we say. And last but not least, Mr. David, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam CEO.
You didn't acknowledge Napu. You want us to get into trouble.
So you also maybe to...
Let's give him something just to strengthen the relationship.
All right, I've been advised that we have the Deputy SG of NAPU also in attendance. We do not want you to leave here without us also acknowledging your presence and giving you something, please, sir.
Our relationship with NAPU is very, very important.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And I concur. I just want to concur that our relationship is it's also complex. Yeah, it's complex. We can fight, yet we are in love. So our love is complicated.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. We actually want to have at least a memento when we go back to our office. So I just want to invite everyone for a group picture. Our photographer will coordinate. So because the group is very, very big, I think we can take the picture outside. And then afterwards, we've prepared something for you to eat. And then after that, you can be on your way. Thank you so much.